Hello, everyone. Good afternoon, and welcome back to our European Industry Forum. And I hope you had a good lunch break and a good coffee, because now we're going to be talking about defense. So before we're joined by Commissioner Kubilius, we're going to have some introductory remarks by Alessandro Bertelloni, which is the Director General of Fuels Europe. And then we'll head to the interview, and then we'll head to a panel on defense. So please, let's welcome Alessandro.
Thank you, Paola, and good afternoon, everybody. And it's a wonderful public. I wanted to welcome Commissioner Kubilius, General Clancy, and all the distinguished guests and members of the Parliament as well. So today we are. The discussion is about competitiveness, resilience, and security. They are at the core of the policy debate in the EU. Over the past 4 years, 4 momentous events have shaken EU mindset on both defense and energy security. The February 2022 Russian invasion of Ukraine, war back to Europe, and exposing the energy vulnerability of Europe. At the time, you remember, Russia was #1 supplier of oil and gas to Europe. In October 23, Hamas attacked on Israel, triggering a major Israeli military response, and an escalation of instability across the Middle East. January 24, President Trump returned to the office, challenging the assumption we have had for a long time that the US military support for Europe could be taken for granted. And then February 26, the start of the Israeli-American military confrontation with Iran. And for energy, it meant that gas and oil transport disrupted in the Strait of Hormuz, so shaking the global markets. So Europe feels vulnerable, and the defense readiness has become a major priority. But it is not only a defense issue. It is also about the industrial decline, strategic dependence, high energy cost, and the weakening of the competitiveness of our industry. The military mobility, operational readiness depend on secure and reliable supply of fuels. When we say fuels, for the application of military needs, it's mostly liquid fuels. Domestic production and logistics matter strategically, but since 2009, 35 refineries, 30% in number, in Europe has shut down, and they represent a 20% reduction in capacity of the overall refining capacity in Europe. And this trend increases Europeans' exposure to imports, just when stronger independence is most needed. While Europe advances decarbonization, the structural need for liquid fuels, whether conventional, low carbon, renewable, will not disappear. They remain essential for aviation, for heavy transport, for petrochemical industry, for emergency services, and for defense. The strategic question is whether Europe will keep producing these fuels during the transition or will import them from abroad. If Europe fails to recognize fuel manufacturing as a strategic sector, the consequences will be systemic. Greater import dependence, higher exposure to geopolitical shocks, and weaker capacity to respond to crisis. The EU refining industry is already transforming. Since 2015, 11 refineries have been converted into biorefineries. And the renewable fuels are being produced at scale already. And sustainable aviation fuels is, for example, on the path to meet the targets the EU policy has set. But this is only the start, and it's not enough. Investors need to see a predictable, stable business case to unlock the massive investment needed to meet the zero and low carbon fuel demand. And the current regulatory framework must be revised to secure a durable future for low carbon and renewable fuels, and to safeguard the competitiveness of the domestic EU-based refining industry. The transition is a win-win proposition. Why win-win? For climate, as the carbon footprint of fuels and other refinery products is shrinking, and for strategic independence, because as sustainable biomass and recycled CO2 come from Europe, so they are here in Europe at present, they replace crude oil, which, as you know, is by far mostly imported. So the choice is clear. Do we preserve and transform our domestic refinery and fuel manufacturing bases, or do we allow strategic dependence to grow? For me, the answer is obvious. Europe must keep producing fuels, innovating, and investing here in Europe. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alessandro. We'll come back to some of these topics later after the interview with Kubilius. So please let me welcome our Defense and Space Commissioner, Andrius Kubilius, to the stage. And this one for you. Yes, we're sitting down. So let me, first of all, thank you for joining our European Industry Forum. And let me start our conversation by coming back to the Defense Readiness Roadmap 2030, because the Commission presented it in October last year, and I wanted to ask you about your assessment. How do you assess the progress that the member states have done since then? And is Europe becoming stronger and more independent in defense?
Well, first of all, thanks a lot for the invitation, and really good to be here. Now the question, are we doing progress? Are we becoming stronger? Definitely we are doing progress, we are becoming stronger. The question is perhaps different. How strong we need to be, you know, and from where we started our road. So we started really from quite a, challenging situation. We are moving ahead, but as always in life, you know, challenges which you overcame are smaller than the challenges in front of you. So really, what we did last year and during this year, we are solving financial problems with all the different instruments which we started to implement, safe loans, now Ukraine support loan. Member states are starting to spend much more. But we see still the problems that, for example, according to publicly available numbers, still Russia is quite heavily outproducing us. Our production is not growing so rapidly as we would like to see. So from one side, I consider that this difference in Russian production capabilities towards us is really quite threatening. Second, what we see also is that when money is increasing more rapidly than production is increasing, then we're facing inflation of prices. We see, longer waiting times, and that can become public, political issue later during this year. When the questions will be really how we're spending the money. So that is, in short, that is my evaluation of the situation.
Precisely, member states are spending more in defense than they have done in decades. But are they spending better, and are they spending more together?
Well, what a good question. Again, it's a systematic and structural problem which we need to resolve. It's not enough to enjoy that our percentage of defense spending is increasing, that more money is coming. Definitely, we need to see how we are spending the money, how to spend those money better, and how to resolve some structural problems in our defense industry, which were very well described by Mario Draghi in his famous report. I will not repeat, but fragmentation is one of those, big issues, which means that we do not have single market in defense. And I see that as really a big strategic problem for us. I spoke recently on several occasions, exactly about that. We are ready to produce at the end of this month so-called communication on single defense market. I can tell you just few numbers which are publicly available, and exactly today I saw just now, that Guntram Wolf, well-known expert, published an article, very interesting piece in Frankfurter Allgemeine Zeitung, where he says that, for example, they look through all the contracts of German Bundeswehr, and around more than, I think that it's closer to 70% of what defense industry is producing in Germany is procured by German government, by German militaries. I looked into, I did my own, research. I saw even bigger numbers, more than 70%. The same is with, for example, with France. And around of 80% of procurement goes through direct award, using TFEU, the Treaty on Functioning of European Union, the famous Article 346, which allows not to use public procurement rules in the case of security exemption, so-called. So, which means that really it does not allow us to have a single market, which in my view is also, the consequence of that is that there is no enough of space for startups and small and medium-sized enterprises to grow up, and and here comes also the consequences, how much our big industries, big primes, are influencing when the governments are buying everything what they are producing, how much they are influencing also war doctrines or defense doctrines, and that is why I asked myself, and publicly I asked the question, very simple. After Marco Rubio said that Ukrainian military forces are the best in Europe, I do not argue with him. We have military people here, military committee chairman, so this is for him to decide, but we can consider that really Ukrainians are very strong with their military capabilities. I asked myself, what are the reasons? And my point is that this is not only that they have very brave soldiers, very smart commanders, but also that they managed to create very innovative defense industry. And that changed a lot.
What can be done from Brussels about this, about procurement? Is this something just for the capitals? Can you do something from here to fix this problem?
Well, everything is possible, but my point is that really, first of all, what we need to see that a lot of those problems which we are now facing are basically based in some kind of, how to say, constitutional arrangements in European Union that, according to the treaty, defense policy is very much, national prerogative. And then we have, 27 defense policies, we have 27 defense budgets and so on. I'm always saying, asking, to compare with the United States. Would the United States will become stronger if they would have, instead of federal, policy and federal budget for defense, 50 budgets and so on. So that is, we need to think about that. And the question is how we can overcome those issues, those problems. In my view, we need to find a way how to balance this, what I call bottom-up approach, with much more of top-down influence. And that is why I am speaking and we are discussing, and in the parliament I see also quite a big interest to look into possibility to have European Defense Union as a new some kind of arrangement among all the European countries, including Ukraine, including United Kingdom and so on. And that would allow us also to look into possibility to create what we call European Security Council. Coordinated, smaller body, but with influential members, and with possibility really to have a platform where, much more of this coordination of political agenda, of strategies, big questions which demands answers, how we shall develop European pillar of NATO and so on, would be really possible to be much more effective in that development, and also having overcoming the problem of unanimity, which still we have from time to time.
And do you also see appetite from the capitals about developing all of these ideas, the European Security Council, the European Defence Union, or do you think that we should instead try to do something similar like what we did with the Euro, or through an intergovernmental body?
Well, first of all, I see that in some capitals, not everywhere, but in some capitals, there is a wish to start to ask, big questions. And I'm always quoting, well, first of all, Commission President Ursula von der Leyen, who a few months ago, during Ambassadors' Conference, raised very clear big question, what I call. She did not give an answer, but in the question was almost you could understand the answer. And the question was more or less like that: does our foreign policy and security policy, of course, doctrines, institutions, and decision-making, are they fit for today's challenges? They were built during peacetime, and now we see totally different situation. And that question allows to understand that really there are some doubts about if that arrangement is fitting, if that architecture is fitting. Then I saw a very similar question months ago, maybe, raised by German Foreign Affairs Minister Waderpool. Absolutely the same. Are our institutions, are they fit or not, for the challenges of today? So it means that the questions of what I call institutional readiness. I'm always repeating that you asked me about defense readiness. I'm always repeating that we need to see three pillars of that defense readiness. One is material, weapons, money, production, procurement, and so on. Second is institutional defense readiness, exactly how we are organizing ourselves, how we are making decisions. And the third one is political defense readiness, but that's another topic. So on institutional defense readiness, we have more and more questions and push for real big debates inside of Europe and inside of the European Union.
And about this top-down approach that you are mentioning, do you think this is the solution to overcome this existing fragmentation? And do you feel like these tensions with the capitals, because my question for you is basically the Commission is doing defense industrial policy, and this is something that we were not doing in the past. So do you feel like we're trying to build the house without the foundation, let's say?
First of all, when I am talking about top-down approach, I'm not talking that, let's forget bottom-up approach. We need to have a balanced approach. So really, both member states need to have clear, possibilities to decide on important issues, but also we need to have much better possibility to coordinate our activities. And I would like to remind that all those ideas about the European Security Council, which I raised back at the beginning of this year, and now they are discussed on all the different forums and by different experts, but I was not original. They were raised, those proposals were raised by President Macron and Chancellor Angela Merkel back in 2018. So, and with very clear understanding why we need to do that. If we want to, again, to understand what we need to do with our defense, and defense, how we need to move towards more unity on our defense, you should not listen to my speeches. You should read Jean-Claude Juncker's speech in 2017. It looks like that he is speaking now, about all the problems which we are still facing. So it means that really there is now the difference from 2017 is perhaps that we are facing much more clear challenges, threats, and I would call crises in security and defense, and that is, like Jean Monnet was saying always, that European Union, European community will be built during the crisis, and what will be built during the crisis, what institutions will be built, that will be European Union. So now we are starting to understand that really we need to build new capacities, new institutional capabilities in order to become much stronger in our defense.
And coming back to the material readiness that you were mentioning before, We see that money is on the table, we see that the demand signal is clear, but then we're complaining at the same time about how the European defense industry is not scaling up fast enough. So what's failing? What do you think that's missing here, or what can we do to get to the levels required?
I said one, basic issue is lack of single market. So this is, basic principles. And if you are talking with, when you're talking with defense industry, they are naming several very clear problems. One is, bureaucratic obstacles, but that is more or less the same with single market, because when I'm looking into what kind of obstacles we are still keeping, like lack of certification, or let's say harmonization of certification. Certificate issued in one country for produced weapon systems will not be applied in another country. Testing results will not be also recognized in another country. What we have with intra-EU transfer licenses, it's something unbelievable. But it's not so easy to to remove those obstacles. We are now going with the first omnibus on simplification trialogue. So really challenges to convince all the member states are quite big. But that is exactly what industries are complaining about, all those existing daily obstacles which we need to remove, and which are also obstacle for having a single defense market in general. Second, still money is coming, but industries are complaining that contracts are very short-term and there is lack of long-term visibility. This is again, what we need to look how we can do that, how we can really bring for industries much more of assurances or guarantees that this demand will stay for a longer time up to some kind of higher level, and that is what together with member states we need to do. And the last point, which some industries are speaking themselves about, that they are still producing what they call haute couture production. Very technologically very advanced, very expensive, and very difficult to ramp up. And they are saying themselves that, well, they need to move into what they call good enough. And that is what Ukrainians are producing, good enough production. And in some cases, really, it's quite a surprise. Well, I said before that still Russia is outproducing us. And when you are looking into some numbers, you can see very, very interesting tendency. For example, interesting and sometimes very tragic tendency. Russians are produced during last year around 1,200 cruise missiles. All of them landed in Ukraine. Europe produced around 250 cruise missiles. That is publicly available data. And Ukraine started to produce their own cruise missiles, so-called Flamingo, last year. During this year, they are going to produce 700. And I see really what is the difference, because our cruise missiles are haute couture, Ukrainians are producing good enough. And and in Moscow they feel and they fear that those good enough missiles can be quite a challenge for Russia itself.
So would you say that it is now up to the capitals to try to look into these problems through their procurement processes?
Well, it's really some kind of strategic issue. We always are talking about, when we're talking about industry, we're talking about transformation of the industry. We expect that industries will change, that they will start to produce good enough, cheaper and easier to scale up, that they will innovate and so on. But we cannot forget demand side. So we are looking always about how to transform supply, but we are not looking into how to transform the demand.
Yeah.
And I said before, and this is why I am saying that when I see Ukrainian achievements, I see really one thing. And Ukrainians, they always were speaking in the same way. Their message last year, I remember I was talking with them, some of those people who were, from the very beginning of the war, involved into development of what now is called drone army, with so-called cluster of innovative defense companies, brave one. And they said very simple conclusions. They said, if at the very beginning we would listen to our military commanders, we would not have drone army. But since, you know, they started to build their drone you know, production at the very beginning because their defense industry was not so strong. Then I see as big really benefits that both President Zelensky and at first General Zaluzhny and now General Syrsky, they understood the need of those, you know, transformative technologies. And they changed, and that started to change their war doctrines. And they now are so strong. In our case, one, we are still, you know, very much procuring what our big primes traditionally were producing. I see that in some way also influences our defense doctrines, war doctrines, and we are not transforming our demand.
And one last question very quickly, and we have to be a bit creative, but if you had more power over defense policy, what would be the first thing that you would change or you would do?
As you know, it would be good to see some kind of silver bullet decision. But usually there are no such silver bullet decisions. So that's like, let's not believe in some kind of those miracles.
We won't get delusional then. Thank you very much, Commissioner Kubilius, for joining us today for our European Industry Forum. It was a pleasure to talk to you.
Yeah, thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot.
And please don't go anywhere because now we'll be having a panel on defense about how to prepare for war if we want peace. And we'll be joined by different guests from different sectors, so it will be a lively discussion for sure.
I was joking with.
Okay, so let me introduce you to our guest for this panel. So first, Alessandro Bartelloni.
Thank you.
Welcome. General Son Clancy, our chair of the European Union Military Committee. Wherever you want. I'll be in the middle, probably. Okay. So, MEP Lucia Annunziata.
Okay.
And Paraskevi Papantonio, I hope that I said it correctly.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I'll sit over here. Thank you. And
Hi, Evie.
hi. And very
Hi,
nice
you
to
can
meet
call me Evie.
Okay, perfect.
How are you?
So, as I mentioned,
Yes.
Nice meeting you.
this panel is all about preparing for war if we want peace. So we have guests from different sectors, so I'll take advantage of that for our first question, which is Europe prepared? So I'll start with you, General, because of course NATO remains the cornerstone of our defense, but I was wondering how is the EUMC working to prepare the EU27 to defend the continent with less US involvement, which is the situation that we are having right now.
Good afternoon, everybody. It's a pleasure to be here, and that's a good opening question. I think the fact that we're all here would indicate, and it's not a straightforward yes or no answer. I think your EU is preparing, for sure, and we have laid down a very specific roadmap to achieve a level of readiness by 2030, which everybody here is very familiar. I think the question is broader than that, is then how can we accelerate and not only maintain momentum, but increase the momentum. And I think Commissioner Kubilius was very direct and forthright in terms of the actions and instruments that he's exercising within his remit to try and achieve that. The EU Military Committee, for those I think that aren't familiar, but I think most would be, but are part of the institutional bodies that support the wider defence and security realm within the EU as a whole. And of course, the significance of the defence and security instrument and ecosystem, if you like, within the EU has grown in its significance over the last number of years as a consequence of the war that has been put upon Ukraine by Russia. And what that has done is brought a really strong focus into the prioritization first of security and defence, the support of Ukraine. But what it has also, I think, really elucidated is the fact that we're not prepared if we're at that time. And we have to have a kind of, it has really exercised the EU, the institutions, and all of the member states in trying to, I guess, recover from 3 decades of underinvestment, from a security paradigm where we were in this kind of, if I could say, a false understanding, now that we can see with hindsight that we were in this false realm, whereby we felt we were in a secure, calm, and peaceful world post the Cold War. In fact, it was already captured, I think, in the report in the Global Security Strategy back in the early teens, where the opening paragraph said something to that particular effect. We know now that any security strategy today, which of course will be published in the coming months, will have a very different thrust and dynamic. We are pushing towards 2030, but it's more than just about readiness. I see a continuum between readiness, preparedness, union strategy in particular. I think the preparedness union strategy brings into sharp focus that security and defence and readiness is now interlinked with not only the military instruments, but with societal instruments, with government instruments. And in fact, the Commissioner identified 3 key areas. He said industry, he said the military in a different way, and he said the political. I would expand that even further. I think it's societal, and I think the preparedness union strategy is pointing directly to that. And I think if readiness is truly to be achieved within the EU and the member states and in the wider continent of Europe, it will have to involve a whole of society approach to not only resilience, but to readiness. And this is where the P2R term comes in. So for me, are we ready? Not yet. Are we on the roadmap? Yes. Will we get there by 2030? It is tight. But it is not an end state in 2030. It is a KPI on the road where we will have to continue to sustain the effort and ensure that we don't allow ourselves drop our guard going forward, because it's something that will have to be sustained, unfortunately. But if anything, that history has taught us, and unfortunately, as history has also taught us, we often have to relearn the actual lessons of history. But this time, I think we have to ensure that we don't have to relearn these.
And I want to come back to this point on preparedness and defense, but first let me go to Evie, because I want to ask you about whether our markets are ready. And Kubilius was mentioning the need for the single market for defense. So my question for you is, how is the single market for defense going to help member states to read this agenda, this readiness roadmap 2030 that we have in mind?
Thank you for your question. Good afternoon from my side. My role will be very difficult because the Commissioner said it all. So he was very detailed, so it's difficult for me to say a bit more specific, but I will try to elaborate a bit further in his vision, actually. The Commissioner clearly said that today, what we see from the market perspective is that we have a difficulty in speed and difficulty in scale. And we also see that there is the need for more working together, so the member states together with industry to plan together so that we can deliver. I can only speak from the European Commission point of view that because member states of the defense are always in the driving seat, so we are here to facilitate what the nations are deciding to acquire or to take actions for their defense readiness objectives. And we are using a kind of toolbox horizontally that we have from the industrial policy point of view, because for us, and also our legal basis nor our text, is really the internal market or harmonization of movements of goods or of capitals, actually, so that we can facilitate actually this objective. Always knowing that we're talking about the defense market, which is national security, is very sensitive. We're not talking about automotive industry. We're not talking about agricultural policy either. although we can draw some lessons from the others, but always recognizing the specificities of the defense sector. This we're fully aware. So we believe that a more efficient internal market for defense, because today the Commission was very clear, we have 27 fragmented markets, silos. There's more and more money by the nations put on the table. We see the safe loans, we see the Ukraine support loans, the NATO targets. So there is a lot of money going, but the question is how we can spend this more efficiently and smart. So an efficient internal market for defense would help cross-border industrial partnerships that will also serve the objective of the quick ramp-up. Because, as the Commissioner said, we have a problem of speed. Everything is too slow, passing from the haute couture production to the mass production or the good enough production, but also the transformation that the defense capabilities are having. The Ukraine war showed us a lot of lessons in terms of quick loops of innovation, producing good enough products, very quickly adapted with quick testing on the battlefield. And in that sense, we really need to draw the lessons so that we are able, as European defense the European defense industry, to be seen as a capability. From the Commission point of view, it is really critical because we have huge dependencies also from outside suppliers, and that can be weaponized in the supply chains. We've seen from the critical raw materials, rare earths, for example, have huge dependency, or some technologies. So Europe is becoming more and more aware of these vulnerabilities. And my last concluding remark on this would be really pleading so that all the actors, we can work together and reap the benefits of a more integrated market for defense products.
And Alessandro, I'll ask you now, regarding the energy supplies for the defense sector, do you think that Europe is prepared for this industry scale-up?
Yeah, so of course I don't have the ambition to talk about preparedness of Europe, but about the industry I represent, so the refining and fuel manufacturing industry. I think that our industry has shown a lot of resilience and capability to step up to the challenge. And I wanted to mention the COVID crisis. Part of the economy in Europe stopped or slowed down. Refineries continue to provide all the market as usual. Or even during the Russian crisis, the sanctions, so the cut of supply of Russian crude oil, gas, well, the refining industry adapted, and there was no, let's say, reduction in availability of products. Now, this is important when we talk about the defense system, because this is a necessary complement to the military machine. So fuels are essential, liquid fuels, as I said before, are essential, and refineries are ready to step up. Of course, the demand is peculiar, because in case of a military crisis, what they will ask us, and the general here can say, is jet fuel. We need the jet fuel in much bigger quantities. We need diesel. We need to have it close or on the place of operation, and we need to be of the absolutely right quality and quantity and the right time. So this is essential. So it's a different challenge. But the refinery industry has the flexibility, the structurally is structurally capable of doing that. The point is that this is a precarious balance. So as I said in the introduction, 35 refineries shut down. 20% of the capacity was lost in the last 15 years. If the trend continues, this is dangerous, because then it will not be the capability to provide the fuels when they are needed, and import dependence will increase. So the key challenge for our sector is to say we are engaging the transition. We move away from crude oil towards renewable fuels to produce products that have a lower carbon footprint, of course, because of the 2050 zero emission targets. We need to do that without losing the assets, without shutting down. When you shut down a refinery, it does not restart. It's lost. So the virtuous process is to convert it into a biorefinery.
And last but not least, Lucia, we're talking about short-term challenges, but you've been the rapporteur in the Parliament for this report on the so-called defense flagships. So on building up this sort of air defense seal, the drone initiative, all of these systems. So what would you say are the main challenges to make these projects operational realities? To turn them into operational realities?
Yes, I think that if there is a chance to accelerate, I don't know, but the general will think of what I'm going to say, to accelerate really the military process is to adopt an idea like this, that defense is not a metaphor for rearmament. Defense is not a metaphor for aggressive war, opening a new level of aggressive war. Defense is defense, which is the right of every state to defend itself and the right of the citizen of defend itself and be defended by the state. Now, since, in Italy we have a constitution with the most famous, it's not about the freedom of the press, it's not about, the right to the happiness, I wish it would, but, we don't write about this as in the constitution. What there is in this article is famous Article 11, which refused the war, declared Italy pacifist, basically. And yet, this is the most quoted article of our Constitution, but if you continue to read, the second part is, in the case of necessity, the state can use constraints, that means, using an exceptional medium in order to defend the state and the citizen. So, based on this, I'm always very curious. I asked to around to do a research on what the various constitution of Europe says about that. Is defense constitutional right of the citizen, like equality, job, etc., or not? You'll be very surprised that a good group considers such. The rest consider the state having the right to defend itself. So, you see, I think why I say all this, because we have a problem, general, with this issue. We, the parliamentarian, we are a little bit the donkey of all this process, because the first level, second level, decide everything, and then, we have to take this to the citizens who have voted us. So somehow we are the people, the little donkey, that carry the messages. So, and the problem is that we do not have the full support of each member state to enter in this phase. And this is a political problem. We have a political problem. A political problem that is escalating, or if you want, rolling down in various way, and is making the Parliament very angry. I must tell you, General, the Parliament is really angry. But I came from 2 days of in-room seminars. You better not, we're not there, somehow. Because who complains about this, who complains about this, so we are not ready to do this, you haven't done this, we don't want to take responsibility for this. So the situation is political, I think. Now, the only way, I think, to get out of this situation is split defense from rearmament. Frankly, I think this was a campaign that started wrong and then went even worse. I bet that some general wrote the paper about rearm Europe. I'm joking with you, don't kick me out, but it looks pretty much like this.
Let me
so
you
one
here.
thing is rearmament,
Yeah.
and one thing is defense. And the two things require a different consensus, and I finish, but also require a different mean. Are we sure that we have to work to the idea of a common defense, making all the army equal? Are we sure that we need to have the same jeep, the same shoes, the same change in the structure in various states? I don't think so, because it's not by chance that Europe has left, at the end, the decision on payment and engagement to each national state. That means that they recognize that there is, after all, especially in a matter of war and peace, the sovereignty that we have as Europe try to, no, I'm not saying eliminate it, but soften through Schengen, right?
Yep.
The joining of the I'm about to finish. The joining of the national army is a serious problem, which is not taken lightly. So I think we should go to a system of defense, to start with a system of defense with the famous enablers. We have a technology, we have a capability through technology to build today a new structure of control and command. Let's start with this. Organize a situation where if something happens, the various army can work together. The way it is now, there is no peace. The fact that we cannot make a deal between industries is down to this. The level of consensus in various countries is different. And let me say only one thing. In the Western front, what they call the Western flank, everybody agrees already on investment and go ahead with everything. Because they will not produce. They will buy by American. That's what they've been doing, buying from America the full rearmament. This is a difference. Western Europe has nothing, is not going to buy anything from America, especially now. Sorry, I've been long.
Kubilius said it earlier, but it's clear that we have different views among the member states and among different political parties, that's for sure, and that's why it's so complicated to progress on all of these topics, yes, right? But General, let me come back to you to your first idea on preparedness and defense. How can we better integrate these agendas? And do you see the same level of preparedness at the military level and at civilian level?
I'd love to come back on both of these, by the way, but maybe I think we don't have enough time for that. But and certainly a lot of political questions raised. And I won't go much further with Lucia. But I think you have to start from first principles, and first principles, defense and deterrence. There's no offense in those words, and deterrence is built around having a very strong defense. And this is a QED, I would suggest. And then if you start from those principles, then some of the ideas perhaps and I would also concur that we have a political issues more than a military. I see it very, very simplistic. So going back to your question then, I think the awakening of the Preparedness Union strategy has enabled member states to realize their need to engage right across society. And preparedness, and I disagree slightly with Alessandro in the fact that I think fuel and energy, transportation, finance, legal, these are all no longer peripheral or secondary. They're principles on which we build a readiness for 2030 and beyond. And I think all of these things are aligned. And preparedness of society in terms of being part of this is, we see it in terms like the critical entities resilience policies, which are now being transposed nationally, and you get the uniformity, unity doesn't mean uniformity, but in some parts it brings efficiencies, and it brings consistencies, and it brings governance that enables some of the smaller member states to be more empowered with regards to what the wider European approach is. And this is another area I would disagree with Lucia in the fact that when she speaks about we don't need all have the same equipment. Of course we don't. But there are certain things that cause inefficiencies, lack interoperability, and if we're going to have a really strong deterrence across Europe, then we have to have a confidence in our ability to operate together in unity. And you bring that around through commonality of equipment, you bring it around through training and doctrinal approaches, and you bring it around through actually an intent, a political intent and direction, which you said is not uniform, and I would agree with this. But these are principles, and we cannot talk on one side and say, well, we don't want to spend more, and we want to spend it where we want to spend it, and we don't want to buy American, and so on, and these are all fine. But we have to also define what it is we do want. And we want, at the same time, we want efficiency, and we want capabilities to be able to deter, and we have to ensure that we have a confidence, and that's why we're building it, and that's the will of the political will which is being pursued right now. Finally, I think, for me, and I mean, I'm 42 years in the service of the military, I have always been subordinated to the political. My first duty and responsibility has been to the citizen. And any government's duty and any political body's duty, institutionally elected in a democratic process, and unfortunately only about 30% of the world's population live in a democracy, the first duty of an elected government is to protect and defend. I don't see any differentiation between the EU's responsibility and a national government's responsibility. The how is where we differ and where the political cannot agree. But in this regard, I think, and so for me, this is where I see the strong connectivity between the preparedness union strategy and readiness, that it can no longer be seen through the lens of a defense and security prism. It has to include industry, it has to include the military and the political leadership, which, of course, Mr. Kubilius was alluding to, and you were quite rightly alluding to, Lucia, that without a unified political direction on this, it makes it more difficult for us to achieve the end state that is laid out in the PUS and in the readiness roadmap.
Alessandro, do you agree with this? Do you see enough link between our defense plans and energy security? And how do you think that we can balance the defense plans with our plans for the energy transition while remaining competitive, which is always the key word here, right?
But I have to be honest, we feel that there is not enough attention in the political world about the role of our industry, of our fuels. In the discussion we have had with the general himself, with the NATO and others, we fully understand that there is a complete understanding of the importance, and it is true that in your consideration it is included. But think of the report, the military mobility proposal of the Commission. You hardly find a mention of fuels, and that was a surprise to us. So we talk about military mobility, where are fuels? And it is good that the Parliament instead included a reference to the need for the European military mobility strategy demands resilient and predominantly EU-based fuels and alternative fuel production, and refinery capacity to also enhance strategic autonomy. This was very welcome to us because we say the political world realizes that it is important at the role, but not as it started in the beginning. And we have other examples. That's why we say we don't want to cry risk when it is not there, but we really think that there must be some more attention paid to what is happening. 35 refineries closed, and we are left with many more, 72, plus 11 biorefineries. What's happening in 5 years? Are we still fit to help the military and the civil war and the civil economy and the other industries? This is the question mark that I would like the political world to face.
And Avi, I haven't forgotten about you. So let me come back to this idea that Kubilius was also referring to earlier today, because of course the nature of warfare is changing and we are trying to adapt and prepare for it, right? And me and my colleague Peter, we've been talking to some defense tech startups, and they were saying, you know, procurement is slow, it's not adapted to the times that we have and the way that we work. So how can the European Union retain all these innovative startups and SMEs in the EU so that they don't go to the US, for instance?
Yes, indeed. I would agree with the general just before to react what he was saying, that what is the warfare as we can face it now in Ukraine, but there is also the hybrid warfare that we're saying. So that's why I think he was referring more on the more societal resilience also, so the civil and military, how we can work together. And this is something that is also from the Commission point of view, the protection of civil critical infrastructure is very important for us. I think certainly that fuel also is part of the resilience part. I would say certainly yes. I'm not going to say that all the Commission proposals are perfect. We're trying our best. That's why then we only put a proposal on the table so the co-legislator can enrich it and then make it more complete. Just to come to your question, which is innovation and tech is very important for us. It is true that we need what also showed the Ukraine war with the quick innovation cycles coming from the civilian side. It is that the traditional EU defense industry has to transform itself to become more speedier, more agile, and to have more technologies. AI certainly, but quantum or space-based capabilities are key. So we need more tech, deep tech, to come in the supply chains. And this, although in the past we've seen that traditionally disruptive innovation was coming from the pure military sector, the GPS, for example, was in something coming from the US military. Now we have the tendency of the others, and we have like more dual use or products and components technologies that at the end maybe the product is hard military, but then we need all the supply chains to do the deep tech. And this comes then, my second, what is actually impeding this? Is because we are traditionally Europe, we are very risk adverse. This is not only for the defense sector, because we are risk adverse overall, even if you go to the health sector or for startups, we have or biotech or cyber, we have a lot of disruptive innovations, startups that they need capital equity to scale up. And because once you have a failure, then it is considered that you're totally banned from the VC venture capital funds. Whereas in the US, the notion of successful failure that Elon Musk has put very illustrated actually. It is how many times if you go to seek for funding in the US and you are a startup, they will say how many times did you fail? And this is considered as a plus. So this transpose this on the defense sector, on the armed forces. It is even more difficult to any civilian sectors because, and the general can speak from his experience, armed forces are even more traditionally and more conservative, even more risk adverse. They would say, I don't want to have any risk, I really want to have the perfect product. And in times of peace, actually, of 40 years or 50 years of peace, living on the peace dividend, this was an easy solution to go because then, okay, we can have some haute couture products that can take innovation for 10 years. Today, we don't have this luxury because we are living the warfare. That's why we have to have good enough. I'm not saying that we don't need also these haute couture products, but also good enough. And so it is this is transformation for the public sector. And from the industry side, what we do as Commission is I refer to the horizontal tools that we have. So improving access to finance, to loans, debt, but also equity funding. With seed funding, we have put enormous effort and we have the first results. We've seen that, for example, since last year, the European Investment Bank has changed its lending policy, which traditionally banned any investment in the military. It was seen as really equivalent to investing in human trafficking, for example. So it was really so bad. So this is slowly, I have to say, not as speedily as we would like, trickling down to national promoting banks, to funds of funds, that they can open up more credit lines. Also, in parallel as the European Union, we're using the de-risking instruments that we have. We have created a fund of a fund, and now we're putting together with the European Investment Fund, our partner, to put in place now 1 billion funds of funds. So bringing together several venture capitals, we would like to have it sovereignty angle. So for us, it is important that we have actually European Union, EU actually funding behind so that we can mix, because the dependencies are so big, so let's not even increase it further. So let's try to be in some critical capabilities, we can be more autonomous. So in that sense, there is, I don't want to be pessimistic because we have done some steps. Clearly, that's not enough. And this is what we hear also from companies. And we see also from I don't want to put any blame on the existing or the big primes, because we need both the big integrators, the big primes, they have some capabilities and know-how that the startups, they don't have. But we need a combination of both in terms of agility and speed and also efficiency and lowering costs.
And they're definitely trying to innovate more and integrate these smaller companies into their own systems, but it's a work in progress. They're also trying to figure that out. In general, how do you see this transition to modern warfare within the armed forces? And do you see enough cooperation with Ukraine on all of these new technologies and these hard-won lessons from the battlefield?
Yeah, I mean, the hard-won lessons from the battlefield are what we're kind of capitalizing on now. And in fact, this is where the reciprocity between what the EU is doing for Ukraine in terms of sustainment, but actually what Ukraine is doing for the EU in terms of our preparedness. I mean, we can go through the list in terms of AI, drones, modern warfare. I usually create, this illusion that we cannot get caught in the last wars, but we have to be careful not to get caught in this one either. It's the next and the next one after. And traditionally, Pascasky has very well said it very well. The traditional militaries have been very slow to move. I would suggest that's no longer the case. I mean, the 7 to 10 year procurement timelines is no longer acceptable to the military. The incorporation of the warfare we're seeing that has come out of Ukraine in particular now, the preparedness of the armed forces. But I would just want to go back to one point that was made around, the point I was making about preparedness unit strategy and hybrid and so on. Yes, absolutely. But I'd like to expand that and make sure I qualify and make sure absolute clarity that, as I said, the preparedness, and the title says it, if you want peace, prepare for war, okay? And the idea is the last people that want to go to war are the military. That's hard for people to understand, but in that preparedness and societal engagement, into why do we want society to be ready in a whole of society approach? It's because the Amazon of today that relies on trains, automobiles, ports, its energy grids, delivery systems, and sustainments. These are all the things that the military will need to employ if the event of something catastrophic or a crisis arises. It has to be able to utilize everything that Amazon needs. So have we got the protection of the infrastructures that we will require? And this is all part of the whole of society approach, because that transcends all the intergovernment bodies you will have nationally or that we have on a European level. And then the strategic enablers that Lucia has mentioned on top of that, layered on top. So this is more than just about the military, and I suppose that's just to qualify what I was actually saying. I give the example of the CER because that was just an example that came into my head, and that goes into the hybrid part that is there, and it's ever present today. So for me, I think the military is really responding to technology. Ukraine has shown us the way in this regard. We are learning a lot of the lessons. Shall we say, we see a lot of the lessons. Learning the lessons is a completely different thing. And I think there are different militaries and different member states are adapting differently and at different rates. And this is what we have to also speed up. And I think industry, in terms of its innovation part, is certainly there. I use 3 IAs: innovation, integration, interoperability, and adaptation. Adaptation is the most important one, because we have to be able to throw what's not good enough away and accept what's good enough. And Commissioner Kubilius has alluded to that, and continuously keep that cycle going. And that cycle now, in the case of drones, is down to a very short timeline. Other equipment is down, and we still need the bigger elements as well. The more haute couture is also required, but not to the same extent. And the realization is, how do we mix all of those? And that's what.
And Lucia, on this very same topic, how do you see our adaptation and our development of these strategic enablers and these big European defense flagships?
Before I get to this answer, I just want to share with you what I've been thinking about this panel. We have had exactly the same, when you go to a movie and the movie changes things but the story is always the same. General, we have started, you saying we have to do this. I say we need the consensus of citizens, and then, yes, it's a political problem, and then we move to the sort of third level that I don't know where it is, where we can plan this, and we should do this, and the ready so that. So technical. You depends from the citizen, the readiness of the citizen to feel that all this is necessary. Just remember, listen, we have an experience where war starts for 3 main reasons. One, the easy, is, missiles arrive on Paris. Paris has no dome and burn like an object in a oven in a few minutes, okay? They, Paris say, oh, okay, so they're really here, so the citizen answers and say, we're ready for war. Or you have two catalysts. One, the one second thing is beside the attack is the politics. And either you have soldiers cannot convince citizen. I'm sorry, you're very good,
soldiers are also citizens.
Okay,
please don't forget
right,
that.
right.
Please don't forget that.
This is
and
their
they
job.
elect you as well.
But this is their job. You know, imagine that I'm in favor of having a strong defense. You know, I'm not here as a pacifist.
Yes. Yeah.
You know, in my life I've been a foreign correspondent. I've seen all the war possible and all the possible version. Italian knows what has been my job. You know, for 20 years I've done. From 80 on, I've done all the war in the universe, basically, in our universe. So I'm not a pacifist exactly, but I know the war they need consensus. And you either have a politician that is authoritarian and mobilize with the authoritarian rhetoric for war, or you have, you know, a left politician, authoritarian, who goes and mobilizes the citizen. Beside this, you cannot really start to ask the people to mobilize. You know, and there is one problem, and I finish here. The situation is this war has already had a tremendous impact. It's very clear the impact is having on the ethics, the need, the preparation, the demand of the eastern flank. In the Western world, where we really have had some sort of 80-year of peace, let's put it this way, like on the other side they had the Cold War, and they had Russia, which is not a very good neighborhood. So on this part, people are skeptics, but they are also under big pressure because of the economic crisis. These things has not made for, oh, let's go to war, has made for what is left to us. And one other thing, in the Western world, this is there is more of this problem because in the meantime, the production of wealth has changed. Working class has lost a lot of power. Middle class is going down, and in the meantime, we have 3, 4, 10 people in the universe who have more wealth than the entire tycoon put together in a normal time. So this is a transformation of the world. This is a transformation. So you, because nobody else can do it, you have to explain, you have to engage, you have to be engaged, you military people, in something that is capability to interact with the need and the fear of people that eventually will want to have a protection or will want to fight for their country.
Yeah, I mean, clearly, we still need...
No,
yes.
I welcome this, actually, because
Yes.
this is really, and I'm sure that you will be the same, that it's important that we have these discussions.
Yeah.
This dialogue is important because you create conditions for a wider and greater understanding. You people are citizens. We military, as I said, serve the people, as does a politician, as any other form of life. I have done so loyally and respectfully, and I think I would speak for anyone that serves in uniform. Rightly say it's their job. But I would think that, and I started my opening comments with, the last people that want to go to war or try to promote war are soldiers in a democracy.
Yes.
They are there to deter those that would try and do harm to the citizen. And I think on these principles we can certainly agree for sure.
But
and
that's why I say that
things
it's your responsibility to get involved with a dialogue with society.
And
Absolutely.
I think we all definitely got the message that there's still some work to do regarding explaining all of these defense plans to our citizens across Europe. So thank you, Lucia, and thank you to all of our panelists for joining us this afternoon.
Thank you. Thank you, Lucia.
And please don't go anywhere because we'll have another panel briefly with Peter on clean tech. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah.
Hey, I thought it was...
Yeah, no worries. Please take a seat. We will start immediately.
It's a battery, it's an electric motor.
But this is the first,
All right?
Okay.
No, but they don't.
Yes. Yeah. So it's hard to start after such a heated discussion. But I'm very conscious about the time, so please take a seat, and we'll try to start immediately with the next session. Maybe to make things a little bit quicker, I may ask my distinguished panelists to already join me here on stage so that I feel a bit less alone.
Got your photo.
Okay.
We can go.
So after such an intense discussion on defense, now it's time to turn our attention to another important sector, which is also something that makes a lot of EU policymakers in this city freak out a little bit, I think. And of course, I'm talking about the automotive sector.
Thanks.
So we used to be a very competitive sector in Europe. Something that we were absolutely proud of is now starting to be looked at a little bit as the canary in the mine of a broader industrial erosion. And I'm happy here to be contradicted by my panelists, but that's a bit how, at least from a media perspective, it feels to read about the automotive sector. And so there is this constant panic about, are we going to lose it? Are the Chinese completely taking over? What's left to be done for us, as policymakers, as business representatives? So I'm very excited to open the discussion with my panelists now. So let me introduce them. So we're very fortunate to be joined today by Arthur Corbin. He is the business advisor to Vice President Stéphane Séjourné from the European Commission, DG Growth. Thank you, Arthur, for being with us. Also, we are delighted to be joined by Jens Giesecke, who is an MEP, and he sits with the EPP. Many thanks, Mr. Giesecke, for being with us.
Thank you.
We also have Raluca Marian. She's the director of the EU Advocacy and General Delegate at the International Road Transport Union, bringing this very important perspective. Thanks, Raluca, for being with us. And finally, last but not least, of course, we have William Tots just next to me. He's the Executive Director of Transport and Environment, so quite an expert, I would say. Arthur, let's start with you. It's indeed notable that for the first time, the European Commission has proposed an industrial strategy for this sector, for the auto sector. What does it mean? What's your assessment? Where do we stand with it? How significant is it?
Thanks, and thanks for inviting me. I'm delighted to be here. Distinguished panelist, always a pleasure. I'd like to come back on what you said at the beginning, like should we stop to be proud about our industry? No, we should not, I think, and that's the first message that we try to convey with the Executive Vice President, is that we are here to support them, and we are very much in support. What they need actually is this overall strategy. I think they are trying their best to deliver, most of them, for real, and I'll provide key examples on that. But what does it mean to have a strategy? To have a strategy, it means you go back from having a discussion on the CO2 standard on one side and the trade discussion on the other. You don't look at the value chain, you only focus on the CO2. What we've proposed in December is, for the first time, a real comprehensive strategy, looking at, yes, the CO2, that's the CO2 standard, and how you keep the climate coherence while providing flexibilities, much needed flexibilities, and with some flexibilities sometimes you can also deliver industrial policy. That's the Green Steel mandate, for example. First pillar, decarbonization yet flexibility. Second pillar, it's how you boost demand in corporate fleets. Third pillar, it's about the value chain, This is what we want to do with the battery. The battery booster is very important. Fourth pillar, simplification. This is very much needed. It's needed for the automotive sector, but also for all the other sectors. Out of the 10 omnibus, we delivered 5 as the Executive Vice President team, and we think that's very good to do this. You can also include in those omnibus very important elements, such as the Small Affordable Car initiative, terribly needed in order to answer to a market a reality where A and B segment has been disappearing, and we are trying to boost this back. And for fifth pillar, it's about to make sure that we use our public spendings in order to drive a demand for made in Europe cars, and that's the IAA. If you look at all of this, you have a comprehensive strategy to make sure that by 2030, you have a European industry that is there to respond to the challenge of decarbonization, but that is there producing in Europe as well to the level that is needed. And I think companies are actually already doing it. Volkswagen, 3 years ago, less than 200,000 cars produced, electric cars produced in Europe. Today, 850. This is scaling up for real in 2 or 3 years. And one German and one French, Renault delivering, I think, a lot of electrical vehicles, which are actually selling currently extremely well. Renault 5, R4, the Scenic, etc. And the Iran crisis showing that when there is a bit of a change in the conditions, the market is going faster than actually what the standards are requesting. This is the strategy that we are proposing.
Mm-hmm. Thanks a lot for this overview. And maybe we can have a vibe check from the rest of the panel to see how they look as well at this proposal, at this auto package that was presented by the Commission in December. Yes, Mr. Giesecke.
Yes, thank you very much for having me, and good afternoon. I'm the EPP coordinator for transport and tourism, and we as EPP, we wrote a position paper on the challenges in the automotive sector already in December 2024. And then there was 1 year of consultation in Europe, as they call it, strategic dialogue. But in a way, the result was quite poor in December, so it did not match with our expectations. I love the Commission talks always about strategies. There are many strategies, but in a way, we have to find a mode to correct mistakes which we did in the last term. Obviously, from a one-sided policy, just focusing on Green Deal, we have to rebalance things, correct mistakes, and come to a clean industrial deal, where we are still ambitious on the climate target, but where industry has opportunities, not on excluding certain technologies, have a broad approach. And so now we are in. From my point of view, we lost 1 year, but now we are ready to work. Today we had the discussions in ENVI and TRAN. The deadline for amendments is next week. And we will work on this, on the whole package. So on the CO2 standards for cars and vans, simply our expectations were not matched because 90% with this compensation scheme of 7% for green steel, which does not exist, and the 3% on fuels, it's a cap where no one will invest. So we need more flexibility, we need an open approach. This is why Massimiliano Salini and the ENVI committee and me, we propose to have additional 10% flexibility on fuels and 7% real flexibility on other materials like green steel or aluminium. So we really have to do something. On the automotive omnibus, on simplification, I'm totally aligned with my colleague from the Commission. We have to do this. But of course, you know very well that I have a very clear position on the corporate fleets. I do not want to have a ban of the combustion engine through the back door. The initial Commission proposal forcing little companies with 250 employees to buy electric cars only. For my company in Germany, starting in 2030, they want to go up from 50% to 95% to 2035, which is simply not feasible. And the company owner is forced by regulation to buy an electric car. I want the people who run their businesses to decide on the fleet and not European bureaucrats. So there I want a total change. This is why rejection is my preferred option for that. But of course, I'm a politician, I'm realistic, and we have to see the full picture. And if we want to have the the middle part of the house in the boat, we need to work on compromises. And there I'm ready. I made this very clear this morning. I'm ready to compromise in the middle, but I have clear expectations on CO2 standards for cars and van, really delivering on the principle of technological neutrality.
Very clear points, and I believe that William wants to reply to both comments.
Yeah, I mean, I think we actually made incredible progress on electrification in Europe in the last 5 years. We came from a situation where almost none of the new vehicles that were sold in Europe were electric, and we were at 1% 5-6 years ago. And we went to a situation where last year a bit less than 20% of new cars sold were electric. Towards the end of the year, we go to 25%. More or less can be a few percent less. This has been tremendous progress, and it has been driven largely by the CO2 standards so far. So a year and a half ago, we had a very intense discussion about the CO2 standards. Von der Leyen convened a dialogue with the auto industry as part of that dialogue, and it was clear that there were some people who wanted to put in place a package to support the industry, and there were some people who basically just wanted to reopen the CO2 standards. I said from the start that it was a bad idea to rush into reopening the CO2 standards, but we did it anyways, or the Commission did it anyways. I have to say, I've been quite surprised by how this proposal has been received, because on the one hand, we had the car industry and a number of people in Parliament saying, this is a top priority, it's very, very urgent, it needs to happen now, now, now. And what do we see? The proposal comes to Parliament, the vote will happen at the end of the year. So apparently, now that the proposal is there, we can take our time. And then, there's a Parliament position by the end of the year. They can discuss in trilogues for 3 to 6 months, depending on how quickly they agree. So we have uncertainty until 2027, until the end of 2027, when the law is actually signed and published. Okay, mid-27 then. Oh. Okay, mid-27, or maybe you will seal the deal in January. Second big surprise for me is the proposal is made by the Commission. Actually, before the proposal is made, Manfred Weber goes on television and says, this is a great proposal. I personally achieved this victory. The next thing that happens is that the EPP takes the proposal in the European Parliament and very radically changes it. The way I interpret the Salini proposal, and I think it's good to have a bit of a robust debate, otherwise it becomes very boring. But the way I interpret the proposal is Mr. Salini talked to the car industry, to the oil industry, to the biofuels industry, to the CNG industry, took all their ideas, put them into his proposal. And so what we have now is a potpourri of what I think are a bunch of proposals that will end up radically weakening climate ambition, but also halting electrification, which I think, given the current energy crisis that we are in, is very hard to understand. So that would be my appreciation of the current situation.
Mr. Giesecke, do you want to reply now, or we continue to...
Now or never, now or later. No, well, we have a total different perception of that one, and I of course understand very well the T&E position. They are for planned economy, they want clear mandates, electrification only, and of course if you force companies to buy electric cars, then you will just have electrification. But I have a different perception of the reality of the companies, and I want to give the freedom back to the people to make their choices. We are on the same page that electrification will be the main solution. The main street will be electrified. But this does not mean that we will have electrification only. So there will be other solutions, and we should have the frameworks that other solutions are possible. We have to work for that. So let the consumer decide, and if you work, for example, on the potential of fuels, the E20, now the Commission made a proposal to revise the Fuels Quality Directive. There is potential, and then you can even decarbonize existing fleet. So, but if you have a fundamental position and say electrification only, then you will not have good solutions. I'm from Lower Saxony. I have a simple saying in my constituency, do not put all eggs in one basket. So be open for other solutions. And this is what we want to guarantee, a framework for other solutions, for fuels as well. And then we can have, in a way, a resilient continent, which is much needed. Because if we change the one dependency through the other, and then we will have electric cars from China only, no one will be happy in Europe. That is my simple perception as such. Thank you.
Arthur, I know you want to reply, but I just want to give Raluc as well the chance to say at least a word.
I can go because I like the discussion. So
yeah, but now you have the chance to.
In the middle.
We all like the discussion, but you have the chance to comment on it, and also, yeah, maybe you can just tell us what you hear all of this from your perspective. How does it feel from your business perspective? Do you understand like what they're obviously debating about? Do you pick a side? What's your?
I don't understand anything. Yeah. So first of all, started from what Arthur was saying. We also encourage the idea of having a strategy because it's always important to look from the overall perspective and not. Let's say, consider things in silos. However, as we represent the demand side, we represent the users of all these vehicles, light commercial vehicles, which are in debate now, but also heavy-duty vehicles, which will be in debate tomorrow. And obviously, the way of the first will shape also the way for the latter. We have very important and significant concerns on the way the demand is being treated here. And here I must agree with what Jens was saying, that of course as users we would like to have our freedom of choice, and indeed electrification is undebatable a very good way, which is already picking up in all segments of the market, probably differently from one country to another, but definitely picking up. And we see it as an important solution, but it's not the only solution. So we also look at other technologies, and that's the reason why we are happy with the discussions in the European Parliament right now. But again, our major concern is on the demand side, because when business choices are made, they have to be healthy business choices and not imposed by the governments, because we are in a market economy. And I think it's a kind of a new experiment in a democratic European Union to start regulating supply, demand, and everything, and try to see where the leaks are and try to fix with another target and another compulsion. So that's our position. And then, because you mentioned, Arthur, also the IAA, so the Industrial Accelerator Act, we see also there with the Buy EU clause, we have a lot of fleets of buses in the EU, which are already electric, because again, there is no debate on electrification being a good solution. But what we fear, and we have to see how in all these proposals this can be addressed in an intelligent way. We fear a little bit that by intervening so much on the demand, we put manufacturers in a very comfortable place, European manufacturers in a very comfortable place, where they do not care about innovation, where the Chinese vehicles are indeed better. We, by the way, sorry to say, already see it in buses. They obviously also have this advantage on batteries, because they sell the batteries to the European Union manufacturers, and from what we see in the bus market, they have better batteries on the Chinese vehicles, question mark. So we also see substantial delays in deliveries of electric bus fleets, and European manufacturers not taking responsibility on penalties. So if you put them now in the comfortable situation where everybody has to buy their vehicles, how will this go forward? So they can continue not delivering in an expected way, but bear no consequences. And then it's the users bearing all the consequences of all this and all the costs of all these transitions. So I'm not even saying it's good or bad, the Buy European, but I'm just saying we have to see how we can handle this and tackle this in a correct way, in a fair way, so that it's not that the entire responsibility is placed on the value chain downstream, meaning on the users.
And Arthur, maybe you can both reply or make the comment that you wanted to make before, and also respond to this last concern expressed by Raluca about the problem, the bad consequences of a Made in Europe provision for innovation in Europe.
Perfect. I should have said it in the middle, because if I listen to what you said and what Tien is saying, the Commission proposal should looks like the right balance in the end. Providing flexibility, because it's full of technology neutrality. You will be able to do lots of PHEVs, like a very big amount of PHEVs with what we have proposed in 2035. But yet, I don't think this is the immediate issue. I really think that the immediate issue is how much Chinese market share we will have by the end of the year. We always said that we would have in Europe a major issue if the market shares from Chinese imported vehicles are around 15 to 20%, because it would cause the industrial ecosystem, suppliers and OEMs, a major disruption. We thought that this would come by 28, 29, 2030. It will be the case by the end of the year. So there is an urgency to agree on the CO2, and in the Parliament, but also in the Council, and we know that there are strong positions in both, but the real issue is to make sure that this future is actually built in Europe, and also to negotiate in parallel the IAA and to deliver on this one. Then you discussed actually something completely different, is about the TCO, because that's the total cost of ownership, which is super important when we discussed with business to business and not business to consumer. On business to consumer, on that we see for passenger cars, all the data from the ground that we get from the Iron War is that now, given that there are lots of affordable battery electrics vehicles that are provided in the European market, 200 models this year and next year are going to be put on the European markets by European OEMs, that on average you save 80 to 90 euros per month. This is purchasing power that we give back to citizens. If you are a taxi driver, and you go from a combustion engine to a battery electric, you save 800 to 9 euros per month. This is real money. It goes then in his wallet. And what we see for citizens with the Iron War is that we had people initially buying electric cars for a climate reason. Now, and this represented 20% of the population, more or less, with a lot of citizens with very important climate convictions, etc. We have switched, and we see that there is a switch, and now people are doing it for wallet reason. And this, I think, is something the industry is looking at. What I get from the industry currently is that there are lots of orders, actually, from Made in Europe BEVs. This is extremely interesting in the dynamics, and there are also extremely a lot of orders on the second-hand vehicles. So there is a strengthened dynamic. We will see whether it persists over time, but that's what we have today. That's a consumer market. This is a totally different dynamic when we speak about vans or trucks. Vans or trucks, if you are a company, you look at the TCO. If it makes sense, you switch. If it does not make sense, you don't switch. That's I think super rational. That's what we get, and that's where we need to have specific discussions. On trucks, mostly it's Eurovignette, where I think that the member states need to continue to deliver, and then it's about the availability of infrastructure, both at the depot from time to time and on the highways, depending. But that's where we need to work. The rest, OEMs, they have done the jobs in order to provide the vehicles. They have done the ramp up for the trucks. On buses, I fully agree with you, we have an issue, but I also take from the industry that they are trying to address this issue. Where we are, lots of 65% of the bus are sold by EU OEMs currently, 25 Chinese buses. What we see is that we have an economic security. Yitong, BYD buses, they are sending all the data back to China. So that's a reality. Norway has done massive check tests, and from an economy perspective, from the EU perspective, we feel that may pose a problem. The second reality that we are facing is that EU OEMs are not producing at scale, as you said. I think this is changing. Some people understood that, and that's what I got from them, that they are going to increase capacity. What we need to do now is to have a dialogue between the producers and their clients to make sure that there are good, affordable, and very viable solutions, as you said, that are provided to the different clients. And that's, I think, something that the industry is trying to address in a step-by-step. But they are working on it, industry-wide.
Okay.
I don't know if you're aware, but...
Perfect.
Yeah?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. So I think if we start talking about trucks, then the discussion will become very long. We can do it separately.
That's an important issue, trucks.
But it's not only the total cost of ownership.
The trailers.
He knows very well.
Yeah.
So it's not only total cost of ownership. And by the way, in the total cost of ownership in the infrastructure, having control over the alternative fuel infrastructure and having it at depots, it's extremely, extremely important. And that's a part which is not really materially addressed, and not even access to finance is possible under the current EU law, because only public infrastructure, public law like SEP funding and this kind of infrastructure is not available to depot charging. And that's 70%, let's say, of the solution in the future. By the way, that's something we are discussing with TNU on how to address it, because we need that to improve. But now coming back to what you were saying about like cars, so let's leave the trucks a little bit.
Yeah, and we already did an important quick fix on trucks in December. Let's not forget about this, because we already provided a lot of flexibility in December.
But that's for manufacturers.
Yeah, but that's an important flexibility.
Yes, but that's mainly for manufacturers, not necessarily helping us to pick up the demand. And the most important thing when you talk about demand is that demand grows naturally. As you rightly said, I liked what you said. It has to make sense for the wallet, you said. And that's something we like a lot. It has to make sense for the wallet. You're talking about the taxi market. Sometimes we represent taxi companies as well. Sometimes it makes sense for taxis, but if they use the car 24 hours with two drivers, and they live in apartments and they don't have control and they don't have access to the infrastructure, it doesn't make sense. So sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't. It depends on the business model. And we like when it makes sense that it comes naturally. That's why when we look at the strategy, what we don't appreciate is the demand side intervention, because then it means you don't care about the wallet. You just say you must buy these vehicles and this makes sense because you regulated the supply. Now we have to regulate the demand, full stop. So that's more like an ideology or a theory than caring about what the wallet is. And that's why I agree totally with Jens on the proposal, the clean corporate fleet vehicle, and we totally disagree on the approach. And by the way, we also believe it's premature because, as William rightly said, the demand is picking up naturally. So why do we have to rush and regulate everything when we don't know if we don't get there anyways? So why do we have to assume that everything will be a disaster and we have to regulate everyone?
Oh, there is economic sense into proposing the corporate fleet. Why do you do that? Yes, from an industry perspective and from a EU market perspective, you use the massive subsidies that we provide to the private corporate fleets in order to drive the industry forward and to drive the market forward. Then they keep it for 2-3 years, and then citizens can actually buy affordable second-hand vehicles. And we can see that it works because actually the second-hand electric vehicles stock is completely empty after 2 months of Iran crisis. So it's just, we can be against, but let's not pretend it's a completely planned economy without any economic sense behind. And second, we will see very, very quickly that in the end, this proposal can also help to make sure that some companies that are selling massively to corporate fleets are keeping some market shares towards the competitors. And it can also be seen in this way. So we can be against, but no fake proposals that we've put forward, please.
William, sorry, he asked me before, but
I'm still recovering from this attack where I was called
I just wanted to pass a second attack.
Yes, exactly. But allow me a counter attack first.
Okay. Happy to take it.
I think. I mean, seriously. this is not about planned economy or communism or the Soviet Union. This is about Europe trying to transition away from a system that it built 50 years ago based on a world that no longer exists, a world that was based around fossil fuels, and it worked, but it no longer works. And so for energy security, technology sovereignty, and for net zero reasons, we need to move away from fossil fuels. We are trying to convince companies, OEMs, and I actually sit on the advisory board of a very large one. We're trying to convince those companies who have been building engines for the last 100 years to transition at a fairly rapid pace. Now, I can tell you from the outside and from the inside that the only thing that is keeping those companies on track as they transition is the CO2 standards. There's a lot of things around it, it matters, but the only thing that really keeps them focused is the CO2 standard. Now, this is a conceptual thing, but what happens in the market is the R5, the R5, the ID3, the ID Polo, the new CLA, the Neue Klasse. This is innovation, and this is competition, and it's happening in Europe. And it's actually one of the best things that has happened in our car industry from a technological development perspective in recent years. And if you compare that to where the American OEMs are, GM and Ford, and where Toyota is now finally waking up that the future might be electric, but we are in a much better position than the other legacy car makers, and that is thanks to the CO2 standards. Now, the big challenge that we face vis-à-vis China is not necessarily the cars, it is the batteries and the software. I'll speak about the batteries because I know that better. We have companies in Europe such as PowerCo, Verkor, ACC, LG, Samsung. There are companies that either have invested a long time ago or are now ramping up. These companies can do what Chinese companies can do. But what they cannot do is compete with China on an unlevel playing field. If we have an import tariff on batteries of 1%, and we have a state industrial complex in China that provides unlimited support to Chinese battery manufacturing, our industry cannot compete. That's why the Industrial Accelerator Act and the corporate fleets, which is closely tied to it, actually make a lot of sense. And on the corporate fleets, Jens, we discussed this a number of times. I'm not sure I probably will never convince you of this, but I
choose better arguments.
Yeah, I guess my challenge to all those people that say this is a terrible idea, the company car market is a really important market and a potential tool. So if you don't like this target, if you don't like this regulation, why don't you propose something more constructive? I mean, how do we intend to completely decarbonize our vehicle fleet without the 60% cars that are bought by corporates?
Well, now let's come back to the real discussion. On the corporate fleets, you will not convince me. And just to let you know, even in Germany, where we have a government with socialists and conservatives, CDU and SPD, and they are against the corporate fleet. It's a government which is left and center right, and they are against it because they say the customer has to decide, and not the regulation in Brussels which car I should buy. So, well, we will not get this done today because I have a total different approach, and my starting point is rejection, but I'm open to, in a way, I'm open to constructive dialogue, even to Calfon and the other guys, Timo Wölken, which is difficult to speak to them, but I will do that. Let's talk about the real thing, creating opportunities, helping industry. And this is what I want to do. And in the proposal, you defended it right, that is your job. But plug-in hybrid is well done, well done. Get good notes. But you know, we have to deliver on the target, the plug-in hybrids, which are one part of the transformation. They are not in. We have to talk about the utility factor. And I'm open to discuss the potential of green aluminium, green steel. I was a negotiator for the end-of-life vehicles. We will vote in June on that, to have recycling quotas, to keep the potential of those raw materials of steel, aluminium in Europe. But it has to be feasible and pragmatic. So I go with the 7%, but from my constituency, we have transformation in Salzgitter AG. They will have the green steel ready in 2027. And the Commission comes, yes, well, we can recognize the steel up 2030. Why? If the green steel is ready, it should be recognized immediately. And there we have to create opportunities. But it has to be not too complicated, not the European way, because if we now discuss, oh, it's within Europe, it's European, it's 27 member states, or is it with every member state where we have a free trade agreement, additional 47 states. So then you can perhaps accept China and Venezuela. You can have all states on the earth. So we need a pragmatic approach there, because of course, I will protect the industry in Europe and Lower Saxony. I want to create market opportunities for Salzgitter, that Volkswagen buys the green steel from Salzgitter and not from China. But if they do it from China, then it's a lose-lose situation, which will I not create.
Raluca, so what I hear, I'll get back to you afterwards. What I hear from this discussion is basically that, first of all, we are not the Soviet Union, and second,
we're on the way.
Well, someone believes we are, but
red. Lady in
red. So this is not a planned economy, and yet we have to do the green transition. That's what I wanted to get at. Like, we still have to design and give the right incentives in a way that we do achieve the goals that we have set for ourselves. So how do you see that happening in the road transport sector? Like, where do you see the balance?
I can give you a very concrete example, and not very far here in Belgium, and that's often quoted as a model of success, because William mentioned company cars and said, how can this happen if we keep company cars out of this? And nobody keeps company cars out of this. And in Belgium, because we live here, many of us live here, we know companies have this possibility to give cars, and many give cars to their employees. In other countries, we don't have this model, but here it exists. And when they give cars to employees, the companies get tax advantages. Okay, so that's why this is in the package. The package for employees includes their own car. So they just changed at some point, and they didn't give tax advantages to non-zero emission cars. And then the demand of zero emission cars increased dramatically. So this is a positive measure. So it's an example of positive measure where you make it happen in a natural way. You just adjust taxation and then you make it happen. You create an incentive. But coming back to the proposal, it means, okay, it's a target on member states, and let us assume member states don't, because many of them will do that, they will not create these kind of favorable conditions. They will just go to the easiest way, which is compulsion, okay? So if they go to compulsion, if they go to the positive way, then they don't even need the EU. They can go like Belgium, they can already go already. But if they go to compulsion, then it means in the case I just gave you, the state doesn't give me any advantage. A combustion car, it's much cheaper. So I don't have a business case there. And then I'm obliged, though, by law, to give them an electric car. Where is the share of the government in all of this? Why don't they support that, like Belgium did? So that's why we believe this kind of natural growth, this kind of collaboration between the state and the industry works much better. And there can be other intelligent models of supporting the economy and the pickup of the demand. They work much better than creating this kind of conditions to have compulsion.
William, do you want to share your thoughts on this?
Maybe I'll quickly say one final thing based on this. The whole idea behind the corporate fees legislation, if I understand it correctly, is precisely that more countries would follow the Belgian example. So there's a target that is imposed.
We took it as a case study. We exactly said what you said in the Commission document.
Exactly. The target is not on the SMEs; it is on the countries. And if Parliament and EPP is concerned about there being targets on SMEs, write in the law there shall not be targets on SMEs. Leave them alone. Only do incentives. Do that, and I think then we could actually have, across 27 countries, incentives that steer in a similar direction, both on electrification and on made in EU. And this is the most important part of the European car market, the company car market. That's where most of the money is made. And frankly, if you care deeply about the future of the European car industry, I think you should try to prevent that part of the car market from ending up in the hands of the Chinese, which is what the corporate fleets proposal is doing.
I feel we touched a lot of different...
yes, seriously.
Okay.
On the last panel, I promised William that we will be friends till Christmas, but it will be. I did not say which Christmas. So
invite me for the dinner.
No, but of course I want to see, I'm not against incentives for corporate fleets, but I think the same rules have to apply for corporate fleets. So I have a different approach, not just electric cars. If you recognize for the corporate fleets the cars running with alternative fuels, I could think of recognizing such a corporate fleet amendment. And we want to get rid of the amendments for SMEs, of course. So perhaps the last point on the concern you raised on delaying the process. Of course, there was 1 year with the consultation. Now we are on track, and definitely we want to conclude this year because next year we have important elections in Poland, in Italy, in France. So we should not have this discussion into the polls, because this is really the ground for populists. Let's solve the problem, and then we have predictability for the industry till the end of the year.
But just not to forget SMEs directly or indirectly, because many SMEs, they lease vehicles, and if leasing companies are part of the proposal as being large companies, then SMEs will be punished indirectly.
That's a good point. Taken.
As a Belgian, I think the conclusion is everybody just has to do like Belgium, no?
Yeah.
Is this the right approach? I'm not sure. Belgium was very successful when you had
only on that one thing, though.
When you had no government, you were really successful. That's
Yeah, that was not the conclusion I expected from this panel on cars, but...
You're really not in favor of government.
Okay, I think it was an excellent discussion. Thank you very much for sharing your passionate thoughts about the future of the car industry. And please join me in this round of applause for our panelists. Now you have a networking break, and then you can come back for a session on clean tech with my colleague Peter Schaefer. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. I hope you had a nice coffee break. My name is Peter Schaefer. I'm one of the reporters at the Parliament magazine. This is our 6th session of the day. It's Future Energy Frontiers, Europe's Path to Clean Tech Leadership. I'm joined here by Ralph Wetzel, the Secretary General at EU Turbines, and Tom Howes, Advisor for Green Transition and Market Regulation with DG Inner at the European Commission. We'll also be joined very shortly by MEP Nicolas González-Casares with S&D in Spain. I think he's running from a committee meeting right now, but he should be here in just a little bit. So for our discussion today, obviously clean tech is the topic, but also wanting to put it in some of the context of the geopolitical environment right now, the geopolitical moment more broadly. Some of the themes I hope we can touch on today, of course, once MEP Casares joins us, how Spain has shifted very quickly to renewables and clean tech. Some of my colleagues have done some really great reporting on that for the magazine lately. How permitting is really important here when thinking about clean tech grids. Also interested in exploring some of the increasing energy dependency that we're seeing, especially from American LNG recently. Some promising technologies, and then electrification as well, because that's a huge part of the picture for ensuring that transition to renewables. And for this perfect timing, MEP Casares is joining us as well. Great. Thanks. Great, so that's just in time. Thanks for joining us. For our first initial question for everyone, which is just on what is the next big clean technology for Europe, next big clean tech that we're looking for? I was looking at some of the numbers preparing for today. 25% of all energy consumed in Europe in 2024 was from renewables. The EU's target, of course, is 42.5% by 2030. Obviously, new clean tech will be a big part of this picture. So I'm wondering if we can go right down the line on some of those ideas of what that could be. Maybe, Ralph, you can start.
Well, happy to start, but maybe already by, being a bit controversial. I don't think there's the one big thing that we will find for energy technologies over the next time. First, because what we need are solutions for different problems, specific problems for different areas, for different regions, and so on. So we don't need the one big thing that can do it all. I don't think that exists. The other thing, I'm not so convinced that disruptive solutions are always what we need. I think kind of further developments of existing technologies have a big advantage, because if you have disruptive technologies, the big thing coming in, you're going to face the problem that a lot of the system needs to be changed to adapt to that, and that brings along quite high costs in total. Not maybe for the one technology, but in total. But maybe turning it around, so for what areas do we need new solutions? I think the biggest, when we talk about clean tech and decarbonization, is of course in an area which was discussed before the break, that's transport. Then it's heating and cooling. So it's less electricity generation, but it's, I think, those areas at the moment where it's the biggest demand. When we talk about heating and cooling, I think we have the technologies. Where I think we need to do a bigger step is on large-scale dispatchable heat. I think there, on large-scale heat pumps, on large geothermal, I think there's things that need to be done, but it's less on innovation, but getting the markets take up and create demand for that type of equipment, so it becomes interesting.
Okay, so that's one answer. So leaning more into some of this large-scale heat. How about you, Tom? Thoughts on that?
Well, I'd agree with a lot of that. I think there's so many ways we use energy that there will be multiple ways of providing that energy. So we're not excluding any technology. The Commission tries very much to be technology neutral and with any innovation of technology. Having said that, a lot of the scenarios point to the growing dominance of electrification and electricity as a key source of energy. The IEA calls it the age of electricity and the like. And so we anticipate strong growth in the role of electricity. And within that, it's quite a dominant role to be played by wind and solar. So for me, the big growth partly disruptive, but partly the systems, are, like in Spain, are already getting used to it. The role of wind and solar combined with batteries and grid flexibility and system flexibility, that will be the big clean energy changer for the coming decade.
Okay. And MEP Quezada's thoughts on this?
I agree that we are going very slow when it comes to electrification, and I think that the main opportunities will be there, where there are too many solutions. For example, we had to make a big development when it comes to charging stations, when it comes to upgrade the grids, and we cannot forget solutions to reuse or to make more efficient all the energy that we are going to spend, for example, in the data centers development. The heating solutions to reuse the heating produced by data centers, how to make them more efficient will be one of the challenges of the next years. But of course, we cannot forget that we have to massively decarbonize some industrial sectors. So here, in subsectors, the big industries, we don't have, by the moment, real solutions for some of them. You can think about steel, ceramic, and so on. So here we can have a good deployment, a good opportunities in Europe for this decarbonization. But for me, mainly, the focus of the opportunities will be in the path to the decarbonization through electrification.
Okay. And I want to stick with you, MEP Quezada, for the first question here, which is, you've obviously worked closely on electricity market design. You already mentioned that a little bit. Permitting, you were the rapporteur on the Renewable Energy Directive as well. One of our reporters on the magazine, Federica Desario, who's been moderating panels today, she had a great piece recently on how quickly Spain has turned towards renewable energy in the past few years. Up to last year, 75% of electricity generation came from low-carbon sources in Spain. I wonder if you can tell us a little bit about that. How has Spain adapted so quickly to using renewables?
First, potential conditions. You know, we have good conditions for that, and sun, and of course winds, and we have a good hydro production. Of course, this is the first thing that we have to mention. But after that, behind that is a clear strategy. Mainly since 2018, that, for example, we remove a solar tax, only dedicated to avoid the generation of solar PV. So this was the first step to massively increase the deployment, for example, in solar, because we made big efforts in the past in wind, but now solar has become the rising star when it comes to generation. But with this, we have another challenge. Upgrade the grids is a great challenge. And I have to mention that you mentioned before that I was rapporteur and shadow rapporteur in the MND and shadow and renewables, and I'm very happy because with these reforms, now we update our legal framework in order to take the biggest advantage of renewables that are cheaper. So now, facing a oil crisis, a fossil fuel crisis that we are facing, we can see that renewables can help us to set lower prices than other technologies in the electricity market. Mm-hmm. And this is because we are giving premium to renewables, because renewables are cheaper, and because the market works very well when you have a lot of renewables there. So gas is not setting the prices anymore the main part of the day. So there are remaining challenges, as I said before. Now, with this massive increase, not only in Spain, in other countries, when it comes to PV, it's clear that we need more grids, more flexibility, and of course, storage. I think the combination between solar PV and storage with the existing prices can be unbeatable in the next years.
Great, and you've touched on a few things that I want to circle back to with all of our panelists, talking about grids, the current fossil fuel crisis, some of the geopolitical conditions that make this conversation so important right now. But I want to go to you next, Tom, with a question. You were talking a little bit earlier, we all discussed a bit some of the clean tech innovations we're seeing, but also it's important in Spain's case, for example, to really scale that technology. I'm wondering if you can say a little bit about what the Commission is doing to help scale some of this clean tech more broadly.
Absolutely. Well, I mean, the starting point is that we have the world's most stable policy environment. I mean, it might not feel like that to some people, but when you look around the world, we've got the best grid in the world, and we've got a relatively stable policy environment. Who else can give you the sense of direction and the orders of magnitude for 2050, certainly 2030, and soon 2040 or post-2030? So partly it's providing that. And everything else a government can do to reduce uncertainty, reduce costs, to de-risk projects, all of that is useful. Partly you get that through the safe policy environment. Partly there's some billions in EU money going to finance some of this stuff and to try to de-risk projects. All the work that we're doing on permitting, whether that's in the renewables world, on grids, or for industry, everything you can do to improve the permitting regimes, to make them clearer, faster, more reliable, that is all contributing to reducing uncertainty, project risk, cost, and price of energy.
And Ralph, I want to go to you next year. You're working with EU Turbines, so focusing on turbine technology in the context of clean tech as well. Can you tell us a little bit more about that and the role that turbines are playing in this transition as well?
Sure. Connecting it to what the two other panelists said, I think really Spain did a great job in introducing the amount of renewables, and that brought down the wholesale costs for energy. Now, it did not in the same amount, even though the prices are somehow coupled, bring down the consumer prices. And the reason there is because the consumer prices have to face the whole system costs. So you can have very low generation costs, but with this renewable technology, but you shift a bit of the responsibility to keep the system reliable to other technologies. That is the system approach, which is important, and that includes we need storage, we need more grid, but to ensure the resilience, we also need dispatchable solutions that can generate at the moment when the renewables cannot do. And that's which is normally done by a turbine-based technology. Now, very often this is misunderstood. This is fossil, this is coal power plants and natural gas. In fact, this technology doesn't care what the source of the fuel is. So a nuclear power plant or a geothermal power plant, they all use a turbine to turn heat into reliable electricity. And that's what we need. I think if we want to electrify more, and we all agree we want to, then the most important thing, and one of the biggest achievements, is that we had a reliable electricity grid. But if the burden gets more and more, and we have more and more volatile sources in there, we need a lot of more storage and dispatchable generation to back up that. And that's what the turbines can provide.
I'm wondering how this kind of works as well with battery technology as well, which has already been discussed a little bit. Obviously, making sure that you have grid resiliency is important, working in tandem with renewables. Do you see turbines working with batteries as well? Batteries perhaps replacing more and more the role of turbines if you need to turn the grid on, turn power generation on at certain times?
Well, these are different complementary solutions. We need storage, that's the one thing. And storage can be done in different ways. The best is, of course, electricity, because then you don't have any transformation losses. If you store in batteries, you have a number of disadvantages at the same time. It's the duration, you need a lot of load cycles to make the battery efficient, you need rare earth and whatever. But then you have a longer duration storage, which you can do in molecules, you can do thermal, you can do kind of compressed air storage or whatever. And this helps for periods that are longer, where the batteries find it difficult. Maybe just because I read this study yesterday, there was a study by Uniper published about this famous word of Dunkelflaute that we all know, that German word. And it said what Germany can do renewable energy for 50% of its demand by now. if all renewables are operating. And then they said, we checked, over the past 10 years, there were 1,400 times periods when less than 10% of the renewables were available for over 10 hours, which is a bit an area where it gets difficult with the batteries. 1,400 times in Germany over 10 years means roughly every third day. And that's then when the batteries reach the limits. If it's below 10 hours, or maybe in the future even 15 or whatever, batteries are the perfect solution. But for the rest, you need other solutions, and that very often includes turbines.
I want to circle back to some of the other themes we were talking about a little bit earlier in the panel. One thing that came up was the importance of permitting. I know, MEP Quezada said you've worked quite a bit on permitting reform in the upcoming Industrial Accelerator Act, which we'll be talking with MEP Christoph Grudler about in just a little bit here. Permitting reform is meant to be part of that. Can you say a little bit more about that? How far has the EU come in permitting reform for both grids and energy projects, and how much further do we need to go?
We worked a lot in renewables when it comes to permitting, trying to accelerate permitting. And now permitting is going to be replicated in a lot of files. Industrial Accelerator Act is one of that. But today the Commission was presenting the Cloud and the Act, and they talk about permitting again and how to accelerate permitting for digital solutions. So permitting is quite important. And when we are targeting a strategic sector, we cannot lag behind in the permitting of this sector. So I think the Industrial Accelerator Act could be a good solution to speed up the permitting process. But we cannot forget one thing that happens in renewables in other sectors, that probably permitting is not so fast because not only the administrative burden, is how public acceptance works in all the sectors. So first we had to have a better planning, where to locate or where to integrate this new clean tech. I think that there is a good solution in the Industrial Accelerator Act, the name is clear, is Industrial Manufacturing Acceleration Areas. And it's a good way to increase the speeding of the permitting process by dedicating existing industrial areas with clear sectorial objectives that can accelerate this permitting process. Because we need to increase the rollout of these technologies. We cannot have batteries now are cheap. Batteries now are cheap. If we want to increase our storage using batteries, we have to run, because probably are not going to be cheap forever. We have to depend on critical raw materials, and you know the prices doesn't depend on us in this moment, so we have to take advantage. But industrial acceleration areas cannot mean deregulation. I mean, we are strong in Europe because we have regulation. We are 27 countries in common, making a common market because we have regulation. And simplify, of course, we have to simplify our regulation. But the regulation is never good. You can imagine with the regulation, Chinese cars will be here for all of us with no competition. We need regulation. That's why I will defend that these industrial acceleration areas or manufacturing areas are a good opportunity, but without the regulation.
Well, you're hitting on a few topics that I really want to pick up a little bit later in the conversation too, as well, talking about the issues with batteries, for example, getting access to critical raw materials, some of the geopolitical context. I want to go to you, Tom, for the next question. We've already discussed it a little bit, but is the importance of electrification here, especially in the context of more legacy fuels, making sure that we have more and more electrification will be key to pushing up that renewable number. What is the Commission doing on increasing electrification right now, or trying to do?
It's doing lots, and it's going to do more. No, I mean, most scenarios, most expectations of the future show a significant penetration of electrification in the final share of energy. You already see that China is the classic example where they've skyrocketed ahead in their electrification rate. And it's also for achieving our own policy goals, it's through electricity and electrification that we get the cheapest form of clean energy. It's produced in Europe, so it's European and it's reliable. It's on a reliable grid. And it's increasingly affordable. So those are ticking the 3 boxes of European energy policy goals. So that's why it's the major focus of a lot of people. Already the things we've been doing under the Clean Industrial Deal and the Affordable Energy Action Plan have been trying to bring down the costs of electricity in particular, because the biggest barrier to growing electricity and electrification is the current cost. We're coming forward in a few weeks with the Electrification Action Plan, which will again set out what the barriers are, whether that's costs, grid access, capital costs and access to capital for conversion, and look at what we can do sector by sector, what we can do for industry, in transport, in housing. So there are things already underway, but there's more we can be doing to speed that up.
I'm wondering if you want to add a little bit to that, Ralph, especially in the context you were just mentioning earlier, I mean, because that is the tech sovereignty package that went forward today. Energy is also a big part of that in the data center context, making sure as we have this huge boom in data centers in Europe, how are these getting energy? Is it through clean tech or is it through other solutions if there's going to be a huge build out? Do you have thoughts on that?
Yeah, sure. Well, first, electrification, I think we all agree that's a really important way forward for us, because we will see a growing electricity demand. We also have to think about the reliability, and secondly, how do we provide that extra supply for the demand, the rising demand. And data centers are one of the areas where we will see the fastest growth in demand. That is much faster than transport, additional electricity demand, or heating and cooling. So that happens. They are all queuing up at the moment to connect to the grid, because they need the reliable electricity, which is one of the key challenges. And they very often don't get that grid access because it's simply not there. So we're working, and that's the permitting thing for the grids. We're working hard. I think everybody here in the Commission and in the Parliament are working hard to create that framework. But it takes time. So when we talk to the data center industry, we notice that they say, it's not fast enough. We are even thinking about building our own power plants until we get a connection to the grid. Just for that connection to the grid. We want to build a power plant. But then, again, it's a permitting question. The question, will we allow them with a fast permit to build the power plant that they need as an interim solution? And if that doesn't happen, the challenge is the data center industry will not build these data centers in Europe, which would be a pity, because we want to keep the control of the data in Europe somehow. That's essential also for the rest of the industry. So I think we need to ensure that we are quick enough, and not only on grids, but even on permitting of gas power plants, I have to say. That's essential as an interim step. I fully agree the target has to be that they get connected to the grid and they get the renewable electricity. So not to give the wrong impression.
Do you have some thoughts on this?
No, when I imagine this idea, I imagine a dinner with 4 guests at home, the industrial sector, the building sector, the transport sector, the industrial, these guests, and then another guest appears, that is data centers and AI, and I have limited food for them. I can cook more food, but in this moment probably I don't have enough for them. So we have to adapt and accommodate these new guests to the existing resources that we have, and trying to increase progressively this new demand of food that we have, in this case of electricity. I read carefully last week the encyclical from the Pope Leon, and one of the ideas is that resources are limited, are not unlimited. So if we had to find new resources that are unlimited, it costs sometimes the use of new resources. And this is one of the main challenges we have now. And it also is a competition, because if you have limited food, the piece of the food that you are going to eat probably is less than previously. So this is not a scarcity problem, but how to generate enough conditions to this sector to happen in Europe without damaging our environmental targets, our decarbonization targets, and of course, respect the force of existing industries in their path to decarbonize. I mean, if I have a steel sector plan that wants to decarbonize and wants a connection to the grid and was waiting a long time, I cannot give these connections for a data center because, on the other hand, are jobs. And this is one of the challenges we are going to face. I think that the proposal of the Commission have a lot of things in energy, but was presented by the commissioner dedicated to digital. This is a signal. But we cannot forget, data centers, the measure of data centers are by megawatts or gigawatts. So this sector is recognizing the importance of energy in their development. We have to think on that. I mean, we need data centers. We need data centers for sovereignty. That also means, or somebody has to explain, if I put a big motorway for American companies to build data centers in Europe, are we going to win European sovereignty? Is this a question that nobody answers in this moment? Because it happens before in the digital sector. Opening the doors, come, and what do we win? Does we win competitiveness on that? I think no. So we have to rethink and rethink again and again how to accommodate data centers and artificial intelligence coming from outside into our economy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and before making my way over here today, I was actually listening to Commissioner Jorgensen's press conference on this for the tech sovereignty package, where you can tell they're really trying to grapple with this question of how to deal with that huge energy push.
But you know, there was expected a writing scheme for data centers, and now it's delayed at least 1 year. Why? Because it has some requirements of sustainability. Probably. So what are we thinking? Digital sovereignty means a lot for European citizenship now. So we have to think again and again if we are making all the good decisions and steps forward that we need for this, for our population, our competitiveness.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I would love to keep talking about data centers, but I want to keep track of time as well. I have to ask a few more questions before we go to a short Q&A as well. Another big question here that I think is a bit in the background, and Christoph Grudler, MP Grudler will speak about this a little bit too, is how Made in Europe ties to all of this. How making sure these clean tech solutions are benefiting European industries, I think, is a huge tension here. We were talking about Spain as well earlier. I was looking at some of the numbers. I saw, between 95 and 98% of solar panels in Spain are, of course, manufactured in China initially. How should we be thinking about this? Is the need to decarbonize so high in Europe that wherever the clean tech comes from, Europe needs to buy it? Or does there need to be more of a focus on made in Europe clean tech solutions for any of the panelists who might want to chip in on that?
Of course, I guess we have a bit of a collision of targets. On one hand, we want cheap energy, affordable energy for Europe, let's call it that way. And at the same time, we have the ambition to have that energy technology made in Europe. We want to be independent from imports of fossil fuels. We want to be independent from imports of raw material. Tendency-wise, this will all increase costs somewhere for the energy system because the technology will be more expensive. So it's the typical conflict that we have, and there's not a simple answer, I guess, on this. Now, what I think for me would be important that we are not only looking at industries where we've already and technologies already lost the global competitiveness fight, and it's very expensive to get that back. But that we also look at the technologies where we have, on one hand, still an advantage because we have a very good innovation infrastructure there. We have research, we have good universities for these technologies, for some of them, still in Europe, so we can develop the next generation. Secondly, we have a strong manufacturing base. And if I look at something that sounds very old, the steam turbine. Steam turbine was invented in the 18-something by Europeans. It's a very old European technology. We have that manufacturing knowledge. We're not supporting it because it's not regarded as a clean tech in the sense of ENSIA or whatever. It's wrong in my eyes because it's much more useful to base and protect this functioning industry which provides a lot of jobs than trying to get a PV industry back to Europe, which will be extremely expensive to get it back to Europe. So it doesn't mean we don't have to try also this to get something back, but why give up industries that we have? Because it could also be used for different purposes, which is the stupid argument why this technology is not in ENSIA, because in the factory where you produce a steam turbine, you could produce the steam turbine being used for some other purposes and not for the geothermal, which doesn't make any sense.
Tom, because has thoughts on this kind of made in Europe decarbonization tension?
I mean, it's complicated to say, first to define what is made in Europe, because, for example, now in the Industrial Accelerator Act, made in Europe covers almost, regarding some assessment, almost 80 countries, and we are 27. So maybe that's why made with Europe, made in Europe is a discussion. But what is clear is that we had to increase our manufacturing rate in Europe. And clean tech is one of the objectives that we had to increase. But of course, solar panels, you mentioned, yes, it's true. We were installing solar panels from China for these years a lot. But you know, solar panels in China have subsidies. So, in certain manner, Chinese government subsidize our installing PV. And probably this is not going to last forever because they have over capacity of production, and probably we are going to face another changing conditions. But it's true there are another sectors that we have to increase our industrial capacity. First, when it comes to cars, we can bet in this made with Europe, but not being knaves. I mean, investing coming from other parts of the world, that could be, for example, China, are welcome. But when there is knowledge transfer to our industrial capacities, without this, if we are going to make only assembly of pieces, this is not good for us. What is good is to transfer the technology. What is good is to increase our capacity to produce batteries, for example. But we have to be leaders in other things. For example, recycling batteries, I think, is the future of the Europe's technology. I mean, we are dependent on critical raw materials. When we have a certain amount of batteries, we will be less dependent because we can recycle these batteries. We have to be leaders on that, for example. Of course, I defend to be leaders on turbines because turbines have a lot of uses and reuses. And it's a technology that you can use also in the electricity system. You don't have inertia without some turbines, without something that is flying and flying again and again.
So, yeah, thoughts, Tom, on this?
Absolutely. I mean, you're hinting already at the things in the Industrial Accelerator Act, and both the Net Zero Industry Act and the Industrial Accelerator Act are all about trying to strike that balance. We want affordable, and a lot of it's imported, but we've had so many shocks to our economy, and particularly to our energy system over the last decade, whether from COVID or from wars or from changing geopolitics. That's a strong realization that we do need to be doing more to address our resilience and whether it's sovereignty direct in terms of producing in the EU or at least with stable trading partners. And that's the essence of Industrial Accelerator Act. There, we're saying we want to do more made in EU, and we're setting out the different technologies or the components, the subcomponents, where we want to have that built into our public procurement regimes, our subsidy regimes for clean tech. But we've also got safeguards there that say, look, if this is getting too expensive, if it's going to increase costs excessively, if there's not enough competition in the market such that costs would explode for lack of competition, then we won't hold you over the fire like that. So we've tried with this proposal to get that balance right, to onshore what we can, to build up our manufacturing base, to improve our resilience, but always with an eye to keeping things affordable.
I think it's a good time to go to the audience for any questions in the last couple of minutes that we have here. Going once?
We all agree. It's nice. It's the first time that I've ever seen that.
It doesn't happen in Parliament.
Well, I'll go back to asking some more questions then. The one component we haven't discussed here yet, just a little bit, is some of the geopolitical implications now. Obviously, in the past couple of years, there's been a huge shift away from Russian energy initially. Now, with the Strait of Hormuz crisis, there's another energy crisis for Europe in jet fuels, but in other places as well. One thing that I've tracked in some of our reporting for the magazine is a huge shift now towards American LNG coming into Europe, making up to 2/3. Isn't this replacing kind of one energy dependency with another? I'm wondering for some thoughts you all might have on how clean tech can also, from a geopolitical standpoint, help strengthen some of Europe's sovereignty.
I mean, I can start on this one because the Commission set out its clear response to that in Accelerate EU. I mean, firstly, we do need gas, certainly in the short term, so we've got to replace, whether it's Russian gas we've been replacing or Arabian gas we're replacing. And America is not the equivalent of Russia. America is a long-term stable trading partner, and it's not an equivalent. Having said that, we are all about diversity and diversifying our sources. But, as we made clear in the Accelerate EU, it's also yet another reason to be driving forward with the decarbonisation transition. So it's completely consistent with our long-term travel anyway. More renewables, more efficiency, better grids, better functioning systems, addressing system costs so that we're lowering costs and lowering energy prices, but there's still the short-term need for diversification of gas.
Because that is
the problem in this replacement is also that LNG is much more expensive than the gas coming through pipelines. So we have to incorporate this cost to our energy costs. Finally, we are losing competitiveness with that. So the main objective of Europe is to decarbonize our economy, to replace not fossil gas by LNG coming from US, is to replace all these fossil fuels through autonomous and European energy that mainly comes from renewables and other sources. So electrification, in this case, is key. And we will see what happens next in the next months, because probably we are going to save our summer. But what is the next stage after summer if the crisis on Hormuz remains? What is happening with our depots in gas, with our storage in these moments? Are we well prepared now to pass the next winter? Are we well prepared to keep our flights moving through Europe? Are we well prepared for refill our fuels in our cars? Probably no. So I think we are opening also an opportunity to speed up the electrification of different sectors, heating pumps, the cooling sector, and of course automotive. I mean, it's time to increase the European industry in electrification, automotive electrification. I think we have an opportunity. Our brands, our European brands, we are seeing a lot of Chinese cars into our streets, it's true. But our European brands are moving forward. And I expect for them that we can enjoy some affordable electric cars in these months because the demand is going to increase. And I want European cars there before Chinese. And I think we have an opportunity in this moment because after the summer, we really don't know what is going to happen, because the geopolitical issues, but there is an opportunity to increase our clean tech development.
Your thoughts on this, Ralph?
Yeah, well, if we look at where are we using the LNG for, what are we using it for? It's on one hand, it's heating and cooling, and there we have solutions. We have heat pumps, we have geothermal, whatever. We can replace it, but we have to speed up. Secondly, it's for electricity generation. For electricity generation, why are we using it? Because it provides dispatchable energy, so reliable when needed. We can replace that. We can replace more of this fossil fuel, but then it requires that we push the alternatives, biogases, even the topic of hydrogen, which has become a difficult topic, or RFNBOs. But then we need to stop putting limitations to that growth in those sectors. For biogases, we limit it and say, oh, but it should be used only in a few sectors and it shouldn't become too much because of the food discussion, of course. For hydrogen, we say, yeah, but only for the hard to decarbonize sectors and not for this reliable power generation. So I think we're limiting ourselves on the renewable fuel side too much, in addition to that we need to push the renewable technologies.
Do you have thoughts on that, Tom?
Yeah, I mean, I can sympathize with that characterization of it, but the balance we have in the regulatory framework to support bioenergy and hydrogen both is striking the balance, because there are the trade-offs you mentioned. There's a long history of discussing the pros and cons of biogases and biomasses, and what we can use and what we shouldn't. And so Europe's come up with a sustainability regime for that. Similarly with hydrogen and even with the methane measurement, we're coming up with frameworks that address that balancing act of making sure that what we're doing is as sustainable as possible and contributing in a positive way, but making sure that framework is implemented as simply and as easily as possible. That's where we are at the moment.
But again, that's a fight. If we want to get rid of the fossil fuel fast, then we might have to do some compromises on the other side. And I don't think it's yet balanced if that's so important for us. Okay.
Okay, well, perhaps that's actually a good place to end on some debate over these biofuels. I want to thank the audience, and thank you also to our panelists for making it here today. So thank you. Our next interview is going to begin immediately, right after this. So I just ask our panelists to make your way off stage. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next chat will be with Yolinda Garcia Mesquita, Head of Unit for Relations with the Member States and the Energy Community for DG INED with the European Commission. Okay, great. Hi. And we'll be joined very shortly. Right here would be great. Okay, and we'll be joined in just a moment by MEP Thomas Pellerin-Carlon with S&D from France as well. Thank you for making the time to be here. So you heard maybe a bit of our last discussion, discussing some of these important topics like energy resiliency, the energy crisis facing Europe today. Obviously, in the past few years, there's been a huge shift from Russian energy, a phase out of Russian gas that we're still in the process of, in the final stages of. Of course, the Strait of Hormuz, the energy crisis that's also caused for Europe. As these crises loom, is Europe any more resilient than in 2022? What's the single most critical infrastructure investment that Europe is not making today?
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure first to be here with you, and thanks for the question. So I think, yes, we are much more resilient than in 2022. We put immediately after the invasion of Ukraine by Russia a plan, REPowerEU plan, with 3 pillars. First one was to move away from Russian fossil fuels, and we are done it gradually. now, or in 2022, 45% of the gas consumed in the EU came from Russia. Today is 12%. So this gives an idea that we are moving away from Russia. And we put a piece of legislation, regulation, with the help of the Parliament and the Council to phase out totally Russian gas by 2027. So this is the first pillar in the REPowerEU plan. The second was to accelerate the transition, and is moving towards deploy more renewables and integration renewables into our energy system. So this has been done. More than 250 gigawatts were installed since 2022. So it gives an idea that we are much more independent and accelerating the transition. And the third pillar is diversification. So I think we are much more resilient because we diversify our imports. Instead to depend on Russia, we have diversified our portfolio, in particular in gas, thanks to the LNG, with other gas suppliers, not only US, that could be maybe one of the that we put in the picture, but we intensify our relations with other partners. So in a nutshell, we are much more prepared than in 2022, but still there are challenges that we need to face. That's the reason that Accelerate EU is the communication that was adopted 22nd of April. I know that you were discussing before about this, and this is just to address the imminent impact of the Middle East crisis. Why? Because we are now moving to oil as well, and in particular, we have more than a commodity problem, we have a global price issue. So it's a wake-up call because we still depend on fossil fuels. I'm going to move quickly to your second question. What are the critical infrastructure that we need to put in place? I think we need to advance in electrification, and this means we need to continue deploying grids. That's the reason that there is the grids package now in the interinstitutional discussion. So we need to complete this, let's say, software, what is the legislation, but also we need to put in place, and the President Ursula von der Leyen explained in September last year, the highways. There are still some missing links in Europe that we need to complete to create really the truly energy union. So there is still room for improvement, for interconnected better Europe, in particular peripheric regions, in electricity, but also to bring renewable gases into the picture and to create corridors where we can really interconnect places that they can produce renewable gases towards those countries that they can consume. So in a nutshell, yes, we are better prepared, but still room for improvement and to continue working for a truly energy union.
Okay. MEP Pelaine-Collin, thanks you for joining us. I want to turn to you for the next question. We've already been discussing, when we discussed in the last panel, some of these energy dependencies that Europe has and still has, clearly, as we see from the crisis in the Strait of Hormuz and the problems that's causing for Europe now. I know that you've done a lot of work on this and the energy dependency question. In your mind, looking forward in particular, what does true European energy independence look like? What are some of those dependencies that we have right now that you think are the greatest risk, and how can those be mitigated?
Thank you first for the invitation. The greatest risk clearly is reliance on fossil fuels. Europe is the only continent in the world that relies on an energy that it does not have. Really. Let's just pause for a second. The US depends on oil and gas. The US is the first global producer of oil, the first producer of gas. China relies actually mostly on coal, and China has a lot of coal. Europe relies on oil. We don't have oil. 40%, 40, so almost half of the energy we consume in Europe is oil. Do you know how much oil we produce in Europe? 3% of what we consume. Electricity accounts for only 23% of the final energy that we have. Do you know how much of the electricity we produce in Europe that we consume? 100%. So it is insane that Europe keeps on depending on oil. And that dependence is financed and subsidized by national governments. And the Commission just opened an exception to the EU fiscal rules to allow the far-right government of Giorgia Meloni to waste billions of euros of EU and Italian taxpayer money to subsidize oil and gas. Meloni is doing that because her government is refusing to go for clean energy. Her government is refusing to invest in renewables. Her government is claiming to be pro-nuclear, but has done nothing over the past 4 years to do anything to build a single nuclear power plant in Italy. That is a very, very economically suboptimal thing to do. So that's clearly the main thing. And the oil dependence now is really on top of my agenda, at least, because of the thing happening in the Strait of Hormuz. We have lost 15% of global oil supply. Currently, we are exhausting all the buffers that exist in the system. Our member states, so the international energy member states, have released 400 million barrels of oil. That's the greatest release of oil storage in history. That's what we did already. And currently, I mean, we can exhaust those buffers, but at some moment, the storage will be empty. And then what will we do? How will we deter Russia to attack us if we don't even have enough oil storage to provide oil for our military? So we are sleepwalking into disaster. There is a lot of complacency all over Brussels. And if what I'm saying is new to you, then I urge you to talk to an oil market analyst, because we are currently sleepwalking towards a disaster. The Commission has been doing very little there. I know there are some people inside the Commission that in private are working on it, but there have been very little to be said. A lot of national politicians have also been very shy. The French economic minister, for instance, said that this was an oil shock, and by the way, he's right when he said that, but then somebody forced him to retreat from his statement that was just, saying a fact. Like, this is the 8th, I think, oil shock in our history. The very first one was provoked in 1973 by a problem in the Middle East, and the second one in 1979 by a war with Iran. So, this is nothing new. But apparently, we have very, very important special interests that puts a lot of money in lobbying in national capitals and in Brussels to make sure that we do not learn the lesson that relying on oil is a macroeconomic catastrophe. It fuels inflation, and it is the biggest threat to our security.
So I want to follow up on that. We were discussing in the last panel quite a bit the huge new additions, the huge new industries coming online, data centers, most noticeably, that are taking up more and more energy capacity. In the short term, there's a long-term question here of course, transitioning more to renewables more broadly, more solar panels, more wind, other forms of new clean tech, as we were discussing. But in the shorter term, what does one do in this situation? Do you have thoughts on that?
I mean, we overproduce electricity currently. Okay, so this is news to you, at least maybe to you apparently. Okay. So last year in France, we produced 30 terawatt-hour less of electricity than we could have. Of those 30 terawatt-hour, 26 were coming from nuclear, 4 were coming from renewables. The situation is similar, obviously not in places that have an insane energy policy like Italy, but any country that has a sensible energy policy, so choosing renewables or nuclear or both, is currently in a situation of overproduction on average over the year. That's also the case in Denmark. It's just, again, 30 terawatt-hour, that's just for France. 30 terawatt-hour, that is the consumption of electricity of Denmark. So we're talking about very huge amount. So if you put more electricity demand in the system, especially the electricity demand that is of a flexible nature, just like electric cars, for instance, you don't need to charge the electric car 100% like every day. So this is essentially using electricity that we could actually already produce now, but we're not producing. Data centers, everybody talks about that, but here again, ready to check. Most of the increase of electricity consumption in the world over the past 2 years was a result of air conditioning, not data centers. So air conditioning has been a bigger driver for the growth of electricity demand than data centers, but clearly the data centers lobbying is more influential in Brussels than the air conditioning one, at least for now, so we tend to focus on those things. So in the short term, we really have, again, with a few exceptions, like places like Italy that have been doing the wrong thing for decades, we really have no problem on ensuring that we have enough electricity. I guess I'll stop there.
Okay. I want to turn to other parts of the discussion as well. Obviously, something that's also important is Europe's power grids. and making sure those are integrated to make sure that there's more cross-border energy flows, etc. Do you have thoughts on that, about how the EU can continue to improve these cross-border energy flows?
Yes, so I think this is important to have a truly European Union, and this is not possible to do it without grids. So you need to have interconnected countries and to have sufficient capacity. This is the crucial element. The grids package now under discussion is going to bring more European dimension into the grids, into the interconnection. So also bringing more European, more planning phase, co-sharing, which is important, and also to look at the critical elements. So I think this is the first element. If we are working towards the electrification, which is a fact, electrification, and Commissioner today expressed in ITRE precisely that the electrification package will come quite soon, before summer. We are stagnated in 23% of electrification in Europe, so we need to go further, and this requires as well integration. So we are not able to move towards a more electrification without the integration of our countries. This is the first thing. Electrification, why? Because we need to increase the penetration of renewables into our energy mix and into our electricity mix. And this is the way where we can contribute to the decarbonization of our system. But to decarbonize our system is to increase penetration in buildings, to increase penetration of renewables in transport, to increase penetration of renewables in industry. And this is only possible if we do the maximum in the electrification, but not at all. Means not all could be electrons to decarbonize. We need to look as well to renewable gases in order to decarbonize some segments of the industry or of the transport that is not possible to do with electricity. So first thing is electrification, of course. Second, to advance in energy saving. We need to continue producing, but we need to do it more efficiently with less energy. And the avenue is as well renewables. If you deploy renewables, you make as well much more efficient our system. So I think this is homegrown is the crucial element, has been mentioned by our dear colleague, dear MP. We are a continent where we don't have fossil fuels, but we have plenty of renewables. So we need to advance in the decarbonization. We need to advance in the energy security. So, and to be more strategic autonomous is to use the resources that we have, wind, solar, geothermal, and this is crucial. And last but not least, we need energy that should be affordable, because we need to be competitive. Not only our energy-intensive industries that they compete in the international market, our households and SMEs need to have affordable prices. And in order to do so is as well to advance precisely in these elements that to produce more homegrown, because we have in Europe, and putting, of course, renewables, countries have nuclear, so this is as well elements, home growth, energy efficiency are the way to really be more competitive, more secure in our production of energy, and was mentioned. Compared to US or China, we have prices 2-3 times higher. Why? Because we don't have the commodities in order to produce energy. So we need to be much more independent, use better what we have, not only because of the reasons that I say, also because it's growth, it's employment, it's clean technologies and innovation. So these are the elements that they are going to contribute not only to the whole energy system. Energy is at the heart of the economy, on the inflation, of the employment. So we need to make sure that the energy is the driver for our energy union leader in the world, and this is only possible if we do it in these avenues.
I want to go back to you, MEP Plain-Colomb, for another question here on that we're discussing in the last panel as well, which is the tension between made in Europe and renewable energy. We were discussing with MEP Casadas a little bit earlier about the huge success story that is Spain in transitioning to renewables, while also acknowledging that 98% of these renewables, these solar panels, are constructed in China, of course. Do you see a tension here at all? Do you see the need to go to renewables wherever they may be built or manufactured? Or are there more ways that Europe can support more of its homegrown renewable clean tech industry?
I'll be brief on PV, but then talk about what really matters. On PV, the only dependence that we have and that we will continue to have for China for a long time is on the modules. That is all. That is a very small part, and that is actually not a real threat to energy security. Even if China, for some reason, were to stop exporting PV modules towards in the EU, we can still continue to use the solar panels that we have forever. Where we have a critical dependence on China is on the inverters inside the PV, and that's why the Commission has been acting on that. And I mean, I was a bit not nice to the Commission earlier, but on that I will be very nice to the Commission, and that's important. But I understand like this kind of talking point of, you know, oh, we just replace one dependency for another. That talking point just shows a total lack of understanding of energy dependence. The dependence that we have on fossil fuel is of a different nature. It's a flow dependence. While on clean tech, we may have a dependence on an asset, which is a very different thing. Because once the asset is there, provided that we do the cybersecurity work, but that is ongoing, then we're fine. So let's compare two things. If oil flows stop coming to Europe, we have storage, and then we die. The moment we run out of oil storage, our society collapses entirely. Like Cuba in the early 90s, when they no longer had access to Soviet oil. And that will, the moment between no oil coming to Europe and total societal collapse is anything between 3 and 15 months, depending on policy action. Okay? And obviously the price will rise, massive inflation, that would be a very, very chaotic thing. But if you look, for instance, of electricity or cars, totally different story. Like if today we could not import any more lithium, any more battery, any more cars, any more PV from anywhere in the world, the current system will still continue to run. We will have no problem whatsoever, from an energy perspective at least, for, I don't know, 4 years, 8 years, 10 years. And that will give us a lot of time to scale up the existing capacity that we have. On electricity, I mean, solar PV, I mean, we talk a lot about it because we see it with our own eyes, but wind power is far more important in terms of terawatt hour of production. Wind power produces much more electricity in Europe than solar, and it produced that in a much more predictable, or not predictable, but at least long-lasting way over the year, because, you know, the wind blows both during the day and during the night, but you know that already. So let me just take the example of the value chain for electric cars. Today, our entire car industry relies on oil. The moment we don't have oil, we don't have cars anymore. We can't use them. But for electric cars, first we need to start with lithium. Do we have lithium in Europe? Yes, a lot, actually. There is currently investment happening in Strasbourg, but also in the French department of Allier, but also in Finland, also in Sweden, also in Czechia, also in Germany, to mine lithium. Probably we could mine between 1/3 to half of the lithium we need. Let's compare that to 3% for oil. Huh? Then that lithium needs to be transformed into precam, cathode, and anode materials. We are starting to do that now. Orano, so a nuclear company, is doing this. By the way, any company that has skills in nuclear has skills in metallurgy, and therefore is going into the battery business. And so the plant will be up and running, I think, in 2 years in the north of France. Then, when you have a cathode and an anode, then you can build the battery cell. We have, also thanks to the leadership of the Commission there, with the European Battery Alliance, with the battery booster, we have probably 10 to 20 gigafactories that either are currently running or will run soon. If I just take the company ACC, they have one in the north of France, in Douvrin, they have one in Germany, in Kaiserslautern, they have one in Temoni, in the south of Italy. And we have the capacity to produce between 1/3 to 100% of the batteries that we need. That's really more political choice than anything else. Then those batteries need to be into cars. Can we make electric cars in Europe? Yes, of course. We're actually very good at making electric cars there. And then those cars can be used and run on European electricity. We already produce 100% of the electricity we consume. 72% of the electricity is coming from nuclear and renewables, and that percentage keeps rising thanks to renewables being deployed in the grid. After the end of the cars, maybe just, again, putting figures, but that's, Brussels is lacking reality checks. So I'm sorry for bombarding you with numbers. One of the oldest affordable electric car in Europe is the Renault Zoe. I've got a specific example from my region in Normandy of a Renault Zoe who was able to run 380,000 kilometers. So 400,000 to give a round number. 400,000 kilometers with one car. The car stopped being used because the car was too old, but the battery was not too old. The battery has an 83% efficiency rate still after that. And so that battery is currently being used by a Normandy startup called Rayon, and they use that for stationary storage. They've been using this for 2 years. It's a demonstration scale project, a commercial scale demo project. They've been using that battery for 2 years, and the efficiency of the battery is still at 83% because stationary storage is much less demanding on battery health, oversimplifying here, than having that in a car. And so the company knows that that battery, they don't know if they can use that battery for 20 years, 60 years, or 100 years, but we're talking at that level. After this, obviously, the battery still is very useful because we can recycle that. You can transform that battery into black mass. We can have a smart trade policy to avoid exporting that black mass to Korea, so that black mass stays in Europe, and it could be recycled in Germany by the Scilib plant that they have already started to deploy close to Aachen. So, we went from lithium mining to recycling, and all of this we can do between 30 and 100% of all those elements of the value chain in Europe. While if we choose to remain dependent on oil, like the far right wants to do in the European Parliament, then at any moment, Trump, Khamenei, or Putin can pull the plug on the entire EU economy.
Okay. Yeah, it sounds like a very strong, of course, like made in Europe position for some of these renewables. With the few minutes that we have left, I want to turn back to you, Yolanda. We were talking quite a bit in the last panel about permitting reform, both at the grid level and also to enable more renewable projects to be quickly built at scale in Europe. I'm wondering, I asked your Commission colleague earlier as well, a similar question, but wondering if you can say a little bit more about what DG Inter is doing on permitting reform as well.
Good. So I think, we are doing in many fronts, I think, working. Permitting is one of the areas, as you suggested, because we need to deploy the renewables that we need. It's not only the targets for 2030, it's post-2030. So renewables is going to be very at the center in the transformation of our energy system. We need to accelerate the transition, and there is no silver bullet. Energy efficiency and renewables are at the center of the transformation. One important element is, of course, permitting. We need to accelerate the deployment of both renewables and the grids that we need. So this is going to, now is part of the package, of the grids package, and it will come quite soon as law to really accelerate it. And if we want to advance in the electrification, we need as well to put the appropriate incentives. So I think this is something that we need to work as well. We are looking at the different components of the prices of the electricity, and one of is as well network chargers. So I think this is something that we are working on. So there are different fronts what we need to work on, and we are working, the Commission, actively to make sure that this is a reality. One important element, and I think we have not mentioned, is the consumers. We need to empower consumers, and we need to do it because most of the renewables are locals. And self-consumption is crucial as well if we need to transform our energy system. So I think as well, permitting plays a role at the local level, but encourage the consumers to participate actively in the transition is a must. If we make our system more flexible, it means not only storage, it's also demand-side response. We need to have smart grids, we need to have smart meters in order to make sure that the consumers actively participate. And then there is important, the cost of no action. If we continue like what we are doing, this is a cost as well that we need to factor in. We are talking about investments that we need to do. We need to put the appropriate regulatory framework, because without this, we are not going to mobilize the private investments that we need. And we need to address obstacles in our way, and one is permitting. If we are not able to deploy because we have obstacles, even if we have a wonderful targets, we are not going to fulfill the wonderful targets. So legislation is to work with the member states, is to make sure that we address at local level, at national level, at EU level, the obstacles that we have. And in order to put the proper investments, we need to create a framework. We need to work as we are doing with the tripartites. means along the value chains, along the producers of energy, consumers of energy, transmission of energy. So this is the only way that we can succeed in our work today. And of course, to work with investment banks, like European Investment Bank. So I think, there are plenty of actions that we are working on in the coming weeks, with electrification, with, of course, network charges and legislation that can facilitate bring prices down. Energy security revision framework will come quite soon. So I think we have a lot of work in front of us that it will require the work together, Commission, Parliament, Council, Member States, relevant stakeholders and consumers in order to succeed the enormous challenge that we have in front of us. There is no one single measure that can bring solutions. It's a different solutions or different actions in order to bring the results that we need for the society, for our EU economy, and for the continent as a whole.
Mm-hmm. Something we were talking about a bit in the last panel was the huge importance of electrification. In particular, I'm wondering if you have thoughts on this, MEP, about the importance of electrification here.
I mean, it's absolutely central. Electricity is the only vector of energy that we that we already produce fully in Europe and that we can scale. It's really the only one. There are other energy vectors like renewable heat commits, for instance, from biomass that we have, and we can scale that to some extent. But there is a physical and physical limit. I'm not even sure there is a majority in the European Parliament to support electrification, and that worries me. I would like to see maybe a more assertive discussion on electrification, at least coming from the EPP, because depending on the people I listen to, I hear different voices. Some of them clearly understand that the future is electric, clearly. Others, especially when it comes to cars, are really trying to shoehorn the request from the diesel lobby in a way that I find extremely worrying. And that's why I think we need to bring more data there. Because the choice is simple for Europe. We can choose fossil fuel nostalgia. Huh? That's the choice. We can do that. That's what Trump has been doing. And there's at least a third of the European Parliament that openly supports Donald Trump. It's the people that in October, we had a plenary in Strasbourg, and at some point Nicola Procaccini, who is the leader of the ECR, so the least extreme of the three far-right groups, he stood up, he made a speech, and at the end of his speech he said, "Now I want you to join me in applauding Donald Trump." And for 1 minute, there was a standing ovation of all ECR, PFE, and ESN MEPs, so that's a third of the European Parliament, who did a 1 minute long standing ovation for Donald Trump. So that's one way. Like we can choose to do that. Trump is doing it. We also know what it means. It means that our planet Earth will become uninhabitable to human life. It also means that, and that's the difference with the US, that it will be economic decline in Europe because we simply do not have that oil and gas. But that's clearly the choice that the far right wants to make. Then there is an alternative choice that Renew and the Social Democrats and many EPP people that are actually looking at the data that are working on energy, that have been working on energy for decades, are looking at, and that's the choice for electricity. Because choosing electricity is choosing freedom, essentially. And that, in a way, that a bit echoes what was said by Christian Lindner in 2022, like renewable energy is freedom energy. And so the people that really believe in freedom, and the EPP really believes in freedom, need to go until the end of that rationale. If you believe in freedom, you want Europe to be able to have freedom energy, so therefore the energy that we can produce. And not because of politics, not because of Greta Thunberg, just because of geology. The only way to be free as Europeans is to rely primarily on renewable energy. And I hope we can move the discussion there and then have a more adult discussion on cars and on many other topics like the Renewable Energy Directive that the Commission will reopen, which is a massive risk, and also energy efficiency. The Commission will also reopen this. This is also a massive political risk. And here, at least for those of you that are working for industrial interest, I would really, really urge you to make sure that the EPP always engages in a constructive dialogue with other democratic forces, especially Renew and the Social Democrats, because we already see from the due diligence directive, we already see from the deforestation law that the EPP sometimes chooses to side with the far right and then makes decisions that are extremely rational from an economics perspective, because it's petty politics that win at the end of the day.
Mm-hmm. I want to circle back to something we were talking about on an earlier panel and also earlier in this discussion, which is a little bit on data centers. So I'm hearing very clearly from you, renewables, freedom energy. On the last panel, we were talking about some of the tension, though, that poses. You have this new person coming to the table. I want to make sure I understand what you said earlier, which is that perhaps we already produce enough renewables in Europe to feed these new data centers. Am I understanding you correctly on that?
It depends on the location.
Okay.
So, for instance, in my region in Normandy, so I don't know whether I can disclose that, so I will be a bit more fuzzy. I just talked to the local mayor recently. Or maybe let me, okay, I'll do this. The president of my region, who, by the way, is from the EPP and is doing a very good work on energy policy, has a data center strategy. And since he's a very pragmatic EPP politician, he proactively decided to map the places in Normandy where we already have a lot of decarbonized electricity generation. We don't have a lot of solar PV in Normandy, but we have a lot of wind and a lot of nuclear, both onshore and offshore wind. And also the area where we already have the grid that is already there, because we have lost some of our industry. And so when the industry shut down 10 years ago, the grid is still there. And that's, to me, the very good way forward. And essentially, any data center that you install in Normandy, in those areas that were identified by the region, the electricity you're going to consume comes primarily just for electricity that otherwise we would not produce. But that is true for many regions all over Europe, and just to be clear, that is true in many places in Spain, in Portugal, in Sweden, in Finland. Essentially, any place where you have either renewable or nuclear or both. So that means everywhere except Italy, essentially.
Okay. Well, I think that brings us to the end of our discussion now. No? Okay, we're going to go a little bit longer. Sorry. Well, to stay on the data centers then, I was listening earlier to Jorgensen's press conference on this, the energy commissioner, and to me it didn't seem like there's a very clear strategy at all to how to deal with this huge buildup in the huge amount of capacity that's going to be hitting Europe. If you're not using renewables, what's your next best option there? I ask because we see the huge reliance now on the LNG coming from the US, but it also seems like Europe is in a bit of a trap because they haven't prepared longer term for ways to not have to rely in some ways on these fossil fuels. I'm wondering if either of you have thoughts on that.
Really, I think we should not overblown the discussion on electricity demand for data centers. This is one driver for global electricity demand. It is true. Here again, so far, air conditioning has been more important in terms of terawatt hour of electricity. And since we want to stop relying on oil and gas, oil for transporting, gas especially for heating, we will need also electrification there. I'm not sure whether what I'm going to say is going to be true, so let me say that it is a hypothesis. I would provide the hypothesis that there will be a more important growth of electricity demand for dairy products than for data centers. So I'm making that hypothesis. I still need to check the number. I did not do that before. I'm just trying to be a bit provocative to make sure that we all cool down on this. We have a lot of electricity in Europe in most of the places. We need to install more. Installing solar panels, super fast, super easy. It takes between 3 months and 2 years, depending on the scale of the project. Installing wind power, also very easy to do, 4 to 7 years, which is pretty fast by energy standards. And I'm also in favor of the construction of new nuclear power plants, and Christoph Gülder, who just joined us, will agree with me on that one. But here again, I respect the freedom of people not to choose nuclear, and it can make sense in some countries when they choose renewables, which is the case for Portugal, Ireland, or Denmark. So electrification is the way, because we already have a plan to produce more. We're already on the right track, so let's keep with electrification.
Okay, I think that's a good place to end now. Thank you so much to representatives from the Commission and the Parliament for speaking on that. We're immediately going to begin our final interview with MEP Gülder, who's here. Thanks so much for making the time. Okay, thank you so much for making it. We've already been discussing quite a bit some of the very important issues you're working on right now with Made in Europe and your role as the rapporteur for the Industrial Accelerator Act. We've covered a little bit the implications this might, the broader Made in Europe idea has for renewables, clean energy, but I know that the implications and the importance of Made in Europe go far, far beyond that. I know that you've made a case for a narrow Made in Europe definition that really focuses on the European Union, the 27 member states. We had your colleague MEP Casares say earlier, oh, the Commission's proposal has somewhere around 80 states that are considered Europe. I'm wondering if you can make that case for us. Why should we have a narrow definition for Made in Europe?
It's clear that hello everybody. It's clear that the narrow definition is the best definition, because if Made in Europe covers less than 100 countries, less than 60% of the world GDP, it's clear that it means nothing. There's not any European preference in that way. It's not made in Europe, it's made in everywhere, and it is made without Europe. That's the reason why I fight a lot for a narrow Made in Europe. You know, what is the goal of this text, of this industrial accelerator? The goal is to strengthen investment in the European Union for European companies or non-European companies. But if you do not have a narrow definition of Made in Europe, and if you have a broad one, I am an investor. I have 500 million euros to invest, and I will have a favorite access to the public procurement in Europe. If it is broad, maybe I will put my money in Brazil, for example, in order to build a factory, the cheapest one, with jobs not too high level, not to have very, very high level salaries, cheaper energy maybe, and then I can make a product in Brazil, I can arrive in Europe, and have the same favorite access to public procurement as if it was built in Germany, in Belgium, in France, in Italy, and so on. So, then it means that this text will never meet his objective, his main objective. The main objective is to have investors in Europe. And if it is narrow, it means that I need to put my money in Europe, to have jobs in Europe, to find maybe a joint venture with European companies, maybe to put some innovation in Europe, etc., and it will create job, and the goal will be met, because don't forget that we want to strengthen the part of the industry in the GDP in Europe. It is around 15% today. The goal is to meet 20%. I think it's a little bit too ambitious. But, well, to stay at 15% or maybe to go to 16 or 17 is a good solution. It's a good possibility. But for that, we need, of course, a narrow Made in Europe. It is not against third countries. It is to make job investment with them inside the European Union.
I think there's an important tension here, and certainly a lot of pressure being placed on the Commission, European institutions, from folks who really don't want to see this definition, and I'm looking, of course, at the US in particular. We obviously saw the tech sovereignty package come out today. I was reading it before coming here, I spoke with a few people who were quite disappointed that there really is not much of a Made in Europe dynamic to this tech package. One thing that
if you permit, just to add, the idea of the Commission is to say we will try to make an opt-out system. It means, okay, everybody on board, 120 different countries, and now we will look carefully. If you have reciprocity, if you have, well, different criteria. You think it's easier preventing commercial war or problems with different countries? You think it is better to have 120 countries around the table and to say, okay, you need to leave because you do not have, you don't respect this or this. Okay, please leave. You leave. And can you imagine a second Ursula von der Leyen explaining to Donald Trump, that you have to leave the table. It will be worse that if we use the system I will propose, it is an opt-in system. It means that we start with the 27 countries of the European Union, and we add the countries who have some compatibility with the criteria we will put. One of these criteria will be reciprocity, of course. We'll not give an access to our public procurement to countries who are not giving access to our European company to their own public procurement, for example. And then we can start with 27 countries, and maybe add first the 3 countries of the EEA, the European area, economic area, Iceland, Norway, Liechtenstein. And after, we need to look at Switzerland, at UK. In my view, we need to have reciprocity, but we need also to have a geographical approach in Europe. Because, well, if it's not in Europe, geographically speaking, it will be nowhere, everywhere, we can say.
Mm-hmm. Unfortunately, I think we have to end the conversation there. But I want to thank you so much, MEP Gruller, for coming and making the time. I want to thank the partners for the event today, the Platinum Partners, Fuels Europe and GE Aerospace, as well as the Gold Partners, International Copper Association, and the International Road Transport Union. I encourage anyone to sign up for our newsletter as well to stay up to date with our events. And we're going to have a short networking reception right now, right after this. Thanks so much.
Thank you very much.